Inquest report. Yes, yes, we have. Give the entire thing to, yes. Yeah, please give it to my lord.
The entire. Just get the whole copy. I don't know. Clean copy.
3 copies, please.
Put a flap on that inquest report.
Please, put a flag, please.
If you can share that, I have it, but just if you can share it.
Put a flag,
Mr.
put a
Sibal
flag.
neither says yes nor say no, but doesn't give, my lord. That's the stand he has adopted from the
You can
day
continue
one.
to say that. You can continue to say that. You will, I know
Yes, my
you'll
lord,
repeat
it is a test
And I
whether
know- and
state wants
why do you
to
want
come
to-
clean or still play hide and seek.
Please.
I don't know why my learned friend.
No, you know why I am saying.
I know why you are asking.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen. Huh?
Give a soft copy.
You hand over the compilation to us. Hand over the compilation.
Compilation and educate.
Private apparent.
No, you don't have it on your.
Give us.
We're locating a soft copy.
Whatever we have received, we'll file with our report.
What is that? What is that? Compilation.
List of deeds.
This was the petition.
Report, Mullah. Do you have a soft copy? If you can give it. Let's see if you have a soft copy.
Hard copy we have.
Here it is.
This is the inquest report.
This is the inquest report. This is it, Mullah.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check.
What is also not true?
Stay with the barracks of the 4th Battalion.
Or associated with smothering and not homicidal in nature, also verbally opined that Evidence of forceful penetration, insertion in open area, possibility of sections. So far?
In the rape case,
In
one.
the rape case, one, my lords.
One.
The main accused. He was a civic worker, my lords, and his Bluetooth was found at the spot. My lords, therefore, we connected it with the mobile. And the CCTV also footage was there, so we connected it. We went to him and we realized, my lords, what had happened, my lords, that he along with one Mr. Bhatta, very interesting, my lords, was talking up.
Whenever your lordship finds CBI.
My lord, I just
say
need 10 seconds.
Saurabh Bhattacharya, he was, let me just explain what, yeah, it's a case diary, you have it all.
Only 10 seconds, my lord.
My lord, just allow me, allow me.
Lord.
What had
on the
happened?
Same comprehensive
My lord,
issue,
one
lord, which your
second.
lordships are perfectly framed. This deliberation and this exercise took place between 2016 to 2018 for preparing some protocol and some law. My lord, it resulted into framing of a legislation in 2019. Draft legislation is with me, with the central government forming a committee with IMA and other stakeholders. They gave a report. Report resulted into a draft legislation on violence against, my lord, medical practitioners and medical establishment. It is pending. IMA, my lord, represents the entire community of doctors. So if your lordships consider it appropriate, they can contribute in the participation of the committee, my lord.
Mahendra Singh, we have already said
Your
that they will consult all stakeholders.
Correct, that's
We
what
have-
your lordship said.
And we have specifically referred to IMA.
May I just add, my lord?
I just want to-
Saying, my lord, that this particular exercise, to whatever it's worth, my lord,
Can be
is
placed before
there.
the
My lord,
And if your lordship could consider, my lord,
lord,
they can also
in-
to nominate,
lord,
you
in
know,
it-
to work with them, that's all. I'm not saying anything more.
You can
In-
write to the Secretary Ministry
Yeah,
of
very
Health
well.
and Family Welfare, so
I
that the
will-
committee will consult
In-
IMA. We have in
in-
fact referred to the role of IMA.
Very
My
well.
lord,
I'll
in
do it,
addition to what
great.
Mr. Manendra Singh has said, no, then can I just add, my lord? My lords have said, my lord, there are three legislations. We have tabulated, my lord.
No, we have not said chief.
Three or for 23 legislations. I'm
We
sorry.
have said several states,
Yes, that's what
including.
your lordship
which
has
doesn't
said.
mean
My lord,
chief.
we have tabulated
This
23, but
exam
none
let
of them has
be
preventive
examined by the
measures. My lord, there is two more.
Kansaria, that's not inconsistent with
Well,
what we have said.
no,
We have
there's-
said several states,
Well,
including.
My lord,
that-
only two more suggestions, my lord, if your lordship consider it appropriate to include, my lord. One is institutional FIR, my lord, must be lodged within the 2 hours of a cognizable offense happening within the incident. One, my lord. Second, my lord, if your lordship kindly permit me, a distress call system, my lord, may be available.
We have already referred to that.
It is to the
We
women.
have specifically referred to it.
Yes, my lord is already read.
Can I just?
Your lordship,
Your Lordship, we are for the women doctors, young doctors, Your Lordship. What we request, Your Lordship, if we can have a software mechanism system where a distress call alert can be linkage with the police station.
These can be
Here-
suggestions
hereby.
for the
And
task
secondly,
force.
Your Lordship, if
Sir,
we can
you're
have a
absolutely right.
proper functioning of CCTV cameras inside.
We
the
have done this.
file.
Right. In fact, we have flagged these very issues.
Yes, yes.
your
We've
lordship,
done a mobile app, we've done a,
the protesters need to be protected. Your lordship's
Uh,
order.
say, This, one second.
One
One second. You haven't filed a PIL this time? Every week from you. A list on 22, we expect that the government of West Bengal shall observe necessary restraint in the face of peaceful protests to be conducted by any quarter of civil society bearing on the issues which form the subject matter of the incident which took place in Kolkata. To stop. The necessary, it shall be ensured that the power of the state is not unleashed either against persons using legitimate means to express their opinions
sure.
or to participate.
Yes, yes, no doubt, my lord. Except that
National,
does.
the doctors' protest must be banned, my lord. They leave the OTP and all treatment and they get the.
Since this court is seized of the matter pertaining to the safety and well-being of all medical professionals at their workplaces as an issue involving high national priority, we would request all the doctors who are abstaining from work across the country to resume work at the earliest.
Lordships, may I come in with
Stop.
your lordships? Please, Your
The
Lordship.
earliest will stop. Above all, the abstention from work of doctors affects those segments of society who need medical care, medical care the most from accessing health-related services. Will stop. The abstaining doctors and medical professionals stand assured that their concerns are receiving the highest concern from the Supreme Court of India. But besides, their concerns are being portrayed before this court by a diverse range of counsel on both sides.
Deeply obliged.
Lordships, I'm talking about the women doctors of the place where the incident has happened. Now, Lordships, it's very important. I'm sorry for Lordships insisting over and over again, but Lordships, I think it's of some importance in the matter. So, Lordships, the day on 14th August night, the day the attack took place on the doctors, when the protesters were on the site, the same hoodlums, they went to the hostel. They actually threatened the lady resident doctors, and they were threatened with the kind of threat that's given to women every time they protest. Lordships, very harsh things and they were threatened with very harsh consequences. Now, Lordships, now the women doctors, subject to, this is what I've been instructed by an association of doctors in West Bengal, and they are in touch with the resident doctors. They said that the women's hostel, most of the women, they've been called back by their parents because they're not feeling safe. So your lordships, when your lordships say they should join this, and because on that very date, the police, the state police, they ran away from the scene. Lordships, it's widely reported. I don't need to emphasize. Just
Life in
Anyway.
West
complete.
Bengal.
Lordship, this is
I'm
very
not
sensitive
making it
information.
political. It's my lord.
He's appearing for the doctors. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Lordship. So what happened is after, yeah. So what happened, the police just left them and they were actually, the police hid in the changing room of the nurses. This is what the doctors told me, Lordship.
Video.
Now, if I am, this is not, I don't want to be caught between the political battle of these two sides. Now
There is no political battle.
Let me just explain. So what I'm just for the students and the doctors practicing, the Association of Doctors. In fact, one doctor, a very brave doctor, I don't want to take the gender. So it gave a representation to the police. So a lot of people have given a representation of the police. They have asked me to forward it to your lordships in sealed envelope. I have 3 copies of the representation. Lordships may just have a look to see what is the position of the doctors there.
Lord, I can
My
make
lords,
it
a
clear, my
very
lord, please
brief
do not
point.
make this political, but we also receive, my lord, complaints. This is the hard reality on ground. Our learned friend is not keeping mum for no reason.
What is all this going on? I'm not keeping mum for no reason.
Therefore, he is not
I
sharing
don't
anything with the
understand.
CBI.
What my, we've given the entire case diary. What more do you want?
Is this hostel a part of the hospital or it is at a far off place?
That's within the campus.
The part,
But I was told that one set went to the hospital when they ransacked. Some goons, they went to the hostel.
ladies hostel and then the lady doctors hostel and male doctors hostel, they are all different.
I assume so, Lordship, because they said that one set,
How many doctors, intern doctors are there in the hostel today?
Lordships, I am told
How many were actually
90% of the women doctors are not there.
in numbers? How many
How many were there in the
How many were
hospital?
there and how many have left now?
Lordships, I'll just take the information
Ask
right
someone
now. Just
who knows about it.
I'll.
Mr. Sibal, this is very serious.
Very serious, of course.
Because
No doubt about it.
What was the police? What is the police?
No, I agree, my lord. So if
Tip
if
of
some-
an iceberg, my lord, I don't wish to.
that is
enter
why
into it.
FIRs have been registered. We'll take strong action. Photo, we have got from the CCTVs, photos have been,
Tip service
one thing.
years, my lord.
From the CCTVs, photos have been identified and we have lodged FIRs, my lords, and we are taking, those people have been arrested. 37 people have been arrested.
But Mr. Sibal, arrest is another thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, there were protests of the doctors.
Yes, of course.
This was part of the wider protests which were going on
Yes,
that
yes,
night.
absolutely.
It was called Reclaim the Night.
Yes.
The West Bengal government could not have been unaware of the fact that when there are protests across the country, there's always another segment which will try and disrupt this.
What?
These are women who, the women doctors are assaulted. The police run away from the scene. Thereafter, the women doctors are called out by name, namely the people who are leading the protest, and they were threatened with the same fate that has befallen the others.
Well, if they tell us, we'll take strong action. Well, I agree. I'm not disputing.
You are supposed to be
Well,
aware.
hold on. My lord is asking me, and let me respond.
What was the police?
What does that
What
tell
was
you,
the
Lord?
police force doing in anticipation?
What happened was there were
There is a
150. There were 100. Hold on. Allow me. Mr. Solicitor, sir, I don't.
Please don't interrupt, Mr.
Yes,
Sir.
sir.
We are putting a point to him.
And as I said, Malas, we are on the same side in this, Malas. Now, there were 150 policemen. Malas, what happened was that outside the hospital itself, 150, in anticipation, 150 policemen. But Malas, what happened was 7,000 people came. By the time we got additional force, which came later, this vandalism took place. This is what happened.
You 7,000.
We picked them up. We picked them up from there, Malas.
It doesn't appear that 7,000 people vandalized the place.
No, they didn't.
appears-
I didn't say that.
There
Because
is
by the time
80 to 90 people,
Maximum.
they indulged in vandalism.
we have the video, we'll show it. There's no issue on that.
And
Facts can't be, Malas, distorted.
did the police run away from the site?
No, that can't be, Malas. We'll find out.
It's
How can the police run
impossible
away?
Police not
No
knowing
police run away,
7,000
Malas. These allegations, if you take them,
Impossible.
Malas, as face value,
Impossible, Malas.
then we have a problem. We have a video. I'll show it to you. Honor.
We don't want
Can we show you the video? We have the
Send
disclose-
them for
We
vandalism.
don't want to disclose the name or even the designation of the person who has written it. But please rest assured that this is not an ordinary complaint which has been.
No, I agree,
which has
Manas.
been submitted.
Well, let's see the video. We'll show.
Lord,
we can-
please
we
do
can
not
upload it.
disclose. He or she will meet with the
upload it.
same fate.
Police calls the protesting doctors, threatening them.
Just see, Malad, we've got the video. It's pen drive also. We can give it to you. There's a pen drive. We can give you the pen drive.
Mr. Sibal, this email was sent on 19th of August by this particular doctor to the
Just give it.
ID of the Kolkata police
Lordships, it's been sent, yes.
at 22 hours.
Yesterday, Malad.
But therefore, but what is, tell us one thing, what is the police doing?
Malad, it was sent yesterday. We are taking action. We have taken action. See
How
the
do you
video,
know
Malad.
which
Just see the
doctor,
video.
which mail, how do you know that it is yesterday?
See the video, Malad. It's better. 150 also, police officers were camping outside. Kindly see the video, Malad.
Mr. Sibal,
Malad, I'm not here to defend anybody. Please make it rest assured, Malad.
look at it from a different angle.
Yes,
You made a fervent appeal to these doctors.
yes,
Please join your duty.
correct.
The marginalized section of the society is suffering.
Absolutely.
They can't afford to go to.
I agree entirely.
Now, these doctors, the lady doctors who are in the hostel, even if we ask the government to provide them with police protection, this police is going to protect.
No, Malad, we'll make sure.
That is our previous.
Trust the
So
police.
at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, because obviously the women doctors have left for the reason that they are fearful of their safety. If the premises of this hospital have to be safeguarded for these doctors to resume duty, who is going to provide security at the premises?
Malad, we give an undertaking to this court.
CISF
We'll give,
security,
hold on, we'll
Let
give
it
an
be
undertaking
central
to this
forces.
court. We'll give an
let it be
undertaking. and
CISF.
What we suggest is this,
Yes.
because if conditions return to normal,
We'll put additional,
if conditions return to normal at this hospital
yes,
and doctors start coming back, this will have an impact on the rest of the.
of course,
Yes.
of course.
Therefore, why does we propose that let the CISF provide security at
Yes.
the premises
Yes.
of this hospital?
And, my lord, one more thing.
I have no problems with that.
My lord, one more thing, one more thing.
Idea is
Now-
that
now
their
that-
security is paramount. So please, if your lordship
My
wants.
lord, now, one more, my lord, I am inviting this order. The person who has complained, my lord, we do not know. But the state possibly knows. They say that the email was received at 22. Let that person be given special security by the CISF. Now the
No, because that-
state knows about the person.
We will do it.
They don't want to reveal their identity.
You can't say, Malad, the state police is incapable of all this.
100 and- no.
Here the matter of.
Lordships,
Hold on.
105 complaints have gone.
Many, did you get the figure?
Yes, your lordships. So there are 700 residents, 250 ladies, and only 100 are there now.
250.
250.
30 to 40 female. 150 have left.
Yes,
Your lordship, 100.
30 to 40 female residents and 60 to 70 male residents remain. Everybody else has gone.
32,
Lordships, I'm told 30 to 40 female residents and 60 to 70 male residents remain. Rest have all fled.
My lord, we have this
Seven.
information.
Total 700.
My lord, when I said there is no law and order, it was not
Emergency.
a political statement. We have this information and more.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
This is the situation on ground.
just 1 second. On the night of 15 August 2024, at midnight on 15 August 2024, when acts of wanton vandalization of the premises of the RG Kar Medical College Hospital took place, a mob of persons is alleged to have systematically attacked the male and female doctors, emergency hospital staff, and hostels. Full stop. Ms. Saprajita Singh, Women's Senior Council, appearing on behalf of the resident doctors, has placed on the
Lordships, I'm not on the resident. I'm for organization of doctors from West Bengal because they are too
for
scared. They
appearing
don't want to come in.
for an organization of doctors from West Bengal,
Protect the warriors.
has placed on the record a copy of an email addressed on 19 August 2024 by a senior resident at the Medical College Hospital, setting out the details of the incident which took place. Stop. The court has been apprised of the fact that there were approximately 700 resident doctors at the Arjikar Medical College Hospital. Full stop. Following the incident, which took place on the night of 15 August 2000 and on the night between 14 and 15 August 2024, most of the resident doctors have left their place of duty, as a consequence of which approximately 30 to 40 female doctors and 60 to 70 male doctors have only remained in their hostels. Full stop. It is essential to create safe conditions for the doctors to return to their duties so as to enable them to not only pursue their duties, not only to pursue their own education, but to administer medical care to their patients. Full stop. Accordingly, the court has been assured by Mr. Tushar Mehta, Learned Solicitor General of India, that the Central Industrial Security Force shall be deputed in sufficient strength. So, Central Reserve Police Force shall be deputed in sufficient numbers to guard the facilities of the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital, including the hostels where the resident doctors stay. Full stop. Mr. Kapil Sibal, Learned Senior Counsel, appearing on behalf of the state of West Bengal, states that there is no objection to such a course of action being adopted so as to bring security to the
Well, then they'll be responsible. I'm sorry to say, they'll be responsible, Mulad, because there are two kinds of forces can't be there, Mulad.
With the provision of central security.
Is it an information or a
We
threat?
hope and trust that the doctors will resume duties at the earliest. Full stop. Any concerns which they may have in regard to their safety may be placed in the form of an email jointly addressed by the doctors to the Registrar Judicial of this court for further necessary directions.
But I have one submission to make. CBI is not now inquiring about the activities of the principal. On the wake of it, the state government.
We'll share this email with the solicitor. This email, please, and keep it in because we don't
It would be kept in
we don't want
confidence,
the
Mulad.
doctor to be targeted.
No, otherwise but now state of course knows, the state police would know because they have received, but I will keep it safe. Mulad.
The state has constituted a seat. But the which is CBI.
No, Lordships, we have assured the doctor, sorry,
To create conflict.
Yes, he is on the matter that we'll deal with on.
we've assured the doctor
Mr.
that the name
Solicitor,
will
please
not.
look at
that is-
the solicitor. Please look at the designation of that person who has submitted. Just look at the designation of the.
I will. Right now, I'm not, Mulad, seeing that.
Yes,
Take it up on Thursday morning now.
no problem.
Permitted to file in sealed cover, whatever we.
It shall be at dawn.
All the petitions.
Schedule an opportunity to do that on Thursday. If there's some concern, please come back to us.
Lordships.
We'll assure the doctors all over the country that whatever concern they have, please place it before us to
We are most grateful.
counsel who are here.
Your
We'll
Lordship.
assuage your grievances the extent that we can. I'm sure this is a complete non-adversarial procedure.
Absolutely non-adversarial. We are grateful your lordships have taken up.
We'll have to file a status report. If you'll have
Lordship,
to,
this on
easier if
Thursday.
we have it on Friday morning, Mulad.
Friday, this bench in this combination is not available.
Can it be
But
Monday? We also get some time to
Morning,
prepare the status report.
Thursday morning.
We'll hand it over on Thursday morning, Mulad.
it goes to Tuesday then. So
No,
that's
but
why
no,
we
we'll hand it over on Thursday morning then, Mulad, the status report.
Can it be Tuesday, Manoj?
We'll keep it on Thursday.
Which-
Thereafter, we'll keep it on Tuesday. We'll have a brief hearing on Thursday.
Yes.
Monitor the situation across the country and then place it on Tuesday. But you can give us your status reports even by Thursday morning. There's no difficulty.
All petitions may be listed. All petitions.
Now, if the email was not taken on record, it was filed late, Mulad, it may be.
So all petitions.
By Delhi Medical.
We are grateful.
Guys,
Grateful to you.
this episode, we talk about a major breakthrough that will solve the problem of weeds in rice and wheat crops. We also talk about Vinesh Phogat creating history at the Paris Olympics. But first we talk about a promise made by the BJP in their 2024 Lok Sabha elections manifesto. Hi, I am Niharika Nanda and you are listening to Three Things, the Indian Express news show. The BJP, as a part of their manifesto during the Lok Sabha elections, said that the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which started in 2018, will cover all the senior citizens above the age of 70.
आज जो बुजुर्ग हैं, उनकी बहुत बड़ी चिंता होती है कि बीमारी की स्थिति में इलाज का खर्च कैसे आएगी, और ये मध्यम वर्ग परिवार को ज्यादा होती है। अब भाजपा ने संकल्प लिया है कि 70 वर्ष की आयु से ऊपर के हर बुजुर्ग को आयुष्मान योजना के दायरे में लाया जाएगा। 70 साल के ऊपर के हर बुजुर्ग, चाहे वो गरीब हो, चाहे मध्यम वर्ग के हो, चाहे उच्च मध्यम वर्ग के हो, ये एक नया दायरा होगा जिनको 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा मिलेगी।
To learn more about the scheme, the significance of this promise and how it will impact the expenditure made on the scheme, we have Indian Express's Anona Dutt joining us. Anona, for our listeners, can you begin by talking a little bit about the Ayushman Bharat scheme?
So, Ayushman Bharat is a health insurance scheme by the government, which is essentially meant for the 40% of the poorest people in the country. Of course, there are others who have now been added to the scheme, such as ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers, transgender people. But mainly it is to give sort of health coverage to the really poor people who otherwise would not be able to afford a lot of tertiary care hospitalizations.
And what is the qualification criteria for receiving the benefits of this scheme?
So right now, as I said, the poorest 40%, so only the 70-year-olds who are in this section have Ayushman Bharat coverage. The rest, there has been an announcement by the BJP in their manifesto and even by the President of India that the government will try to bring in all 70-year-olds under the coverage, but that hasn't happened yet. When it comes to the Ayushman Bharat scheme itself, the main data point is the SECC database, which is the socio-economic and caste census, which was done last in 2011. So this has been the basis for inclusion into the scheme. But now the state governments have also been given the freedom of adding people based on any other, state database that they might have, depending on who they consider to be the most marginalized and poor.
And Anona, what kind of an expenditure is made on the scheme according to the data from the last 6 years?
So right now we have just looked at the data from the last 6 years. So the scheme started in September 2018. And since then, the data till January this year suggests that over 79,000 crores have been spent on people's hospitalization and treatments.
And Anona, why is this promise so significant? Why is it important for the scheme to cover the senior citizens above the age of 70?
So this poll promise or announcement by the government is very significant because our population is aging and we are also living longer. So there is a significant proportion of people living with chronic diseases. Secondly, it is extremely difficult for the elderly to get covered under insurance policies. The premiums are extremely high and the payouts are not very significant. They do not, get cover for certain diseases, etc. Or, these policies have a cap for how much you can spend on a certain disease or in one admission. So all of these things have, kept the elderly out of the insurance net. And while there are certain schemes like, say, CGHS or ECHS, which do cover people over the age of 70, and even Ayushman Bharat covers those above the age of 70 who are among the poorest. But even for the general, middle class people, this is needed because right now the health protection is not very good for the elderly.
And now that the government wants to include each and every person above the age of 70 years within the ambit of this scheme, so what kind of an increase is expected in the expenditure regarding the same?
So what experts say is that the exchequer would end up spending a significant amount, mainly due to two reasons. One is that once we bring in 70-year-olds above, right now we are considering only the poorest people. But when people of means get included in the scheme, they are much more likely to utilize it and utilize it in, say, private sector hospitals that are enrolled under the scheme. So all of this is likely to bring up the cost that the government might have to pay out. Secondly, when you have more number of older people in a scheme, the premium that the government would have to pay is likely to increase as well, because older people are more prone to having complications of their chronic diseases or get infections or have falls, which could result in, bone breaks and stuff, which would again need hospitalization. So hospitalization in general is likely to be higher among the older people, and secondly, people of means are likely to utilize their policy more. This is why experts say that, expanding the scheme would likely increase cost to the exchequer.
And Anona, what were some of the major trends that emerged as far as the data that was submitted in the parliament regarding the scheme was concerned?
So first of all, I will speak a little bit about the data. Indian Express went through the data submitted in the parliament on the amount that the number of hospitalizations that have been approved and the amount that has been spent on them for 70-year-olds, and then compared it to what we know has been the total number of admissions and total cost of the scheme with the general population. Of course, the 40% that has been included in the scheme as of now. And what we saw is that, first of all, one big trend that emerged was that 12% of all hospitalizations were among the 70-year-olds. Now, why is this significant? It's because the estimates suggest that in the general given population, those above the age of 70 constitute about 10% of the population. So that means the elderly people getting admitted to hospitals more than the general population. That is one finding. The second finding is that 14% of the cost that has been borne by the government so far in total was for the treatment of 70-year-olds and above, which means not only are more elderly people getting hospitalized, they are also spending more on these hospitalizations. So these were the two main findings.
Right. And according to the state-wise report, which are the states with the maximum and the minimum proportions of hospital admissions?
So when we look at the absolute numbers, then states like Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, they figure on top. They have the highest number of admissions in 70-year-olds. But barring Kerala, the proportion of total admissions is not amongst the highest in these states, which means the entire population is sort of utilizing the scheme, and there is a high utilization of these schemes in these southern states. But when we are looking at the proportion of admissions, then we see that states like, Maharashtra, Haryana, Bihar, these have seen higher utilization among the elderly as compared to general population. So take, for example, Maharashtra, 20% of their, hospitalizations have been in 70 years and above. Haryana, it's 18.13%. So in terms of proportion, these are the states which have seen, higher utilization among the elderly.
So, Anona, what is the way forward?
So BJP actually made a promise of, providing cover to every 70-year-old and above in the country, irrespective of their income status or their economic situation, in their manifesto ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. And it was given further strength by the mention in the President's address this year in the parliament. So the president also said that this would happen. However, as of now, no budget allocation has been made or work, it hasn't started on this. This year, actually, the full budget, which just happened, saw the increase of allocation for Ayushman Bharat by just 100 crores. So the allocation right now is about 7,300 crores.
And next we talk about a major breakthrough in wheat and rice farming. Cultivating rice without flooding the field, not burning the leftover stubble after harvesting, and growing wheat without any ploughing or land preparation has been a dream for agricultural scientists, mostly because these activities are ecologically not very sustainable. But they have become a regular practice because they are necessary for removing weeds from the crops. However, recently a solution has been found for this problem. To learn about this breakthrough and how it has the potential to put all these activities like flooding a paddy field and repeated ploughing of a wheat field to an end, we have Indian Express's Harish Damodaran joining us. Harish, can you begin by telling us how major a problem weeds pose when it comes to rice and wheat growth?
See, weeds are the number one enemy of plants. Basically, they compete with the plants for nutrients, for fertilizer, for sunlight, for water. So all farmers like their fields to be free of weed so that only the plants can grow. And rice particularly, it faces this problem, a lot of this problem, in its early stages of growth. So in the early stages, when the rice plant grows, there are a lot of weeds which will emerge. So therefore, farmers need a solution. The traditional solution they had was basically flood the fields, because rice has what they call as parenchyma tissues, which can breathe underwater. Weeds cannot breathe. So I basically drown the weed seeds, So I ensure that those weed seeds, they don't germinate. Or the seedlings that have emerged, it'll get killed by basically flooding the water. So that is the reason why when we see rice fields, it requires a lot of water. And the role of water is precisely to kill the weeds. Same thing, why do we plough the wheat fields so much? Ploughing again is meant basically to kill the weeds. So this is precisely the thing. So when we come to rice, typically, farmers water their fields about give irrigation weeks. I have to ensure that about 4 to 5 centimeter depth constant has to be maintained, So the field has to be flooded. So if you look at say 30 irrigations, and each irrigation consuming something like 2 lakh liters, that is about 60 lakh liters in 1 acre. And 1 acre will produce about, say, something like 2000 kgs of rice. So which means to produce 1 liter of rice, you need something like 3000 liters of water. That is the kind of water use which rice requires. And why are we using so much of water in the case of rice? Only to manage weeds.
Along with flooding the fields, what extra steps are the farmers currently indulging in order to keep the weeds at bay?
Right now, the process is the farmers first prepare a nursery. Okay, I first sow a paddy nursery. Say, if it is 1 acre, say maybe 1/10 of an acre, I'll take a nursery. And after about 25-30 days, I uproot that plant and then I transplant it in the main field. And where I then, flood the field with water. That is the normal thing. So suppose you have a situation, instead of preparing nurseries, puddling the field and then transplanting and flooding, if I can directly sow rice, just like in the case of wheat or many other this thing, that has been a dream of the scientists, what they call as direct seeding of rice. Similarly, in the case of wheat, they say, no-till, zero-till wheat. And that is one way of making this entire rice-wheat farming environmentally more sustainable.
So have any solutions been found for this problem yet?
So what the technology talks about is you replace water and repeated ploughings. Water and ploughings basically do the job of weed removal. So you replace those with actual herbicides, that is chemical herbicides, which can do the job of killing the weeds. But that's easier said than done. Because if I spray a herbicide, in this case, the herbicide which they found is called imazethapyr. So if I spray this weedicide on an ordinary wheat or an ordinary paddy plant, the herbicide will not distinguish between the plant and the weeds. It'll kill the plants along with the weeds. It's a very effective herbicide, but it'll kill the plants also. It doesn't know whether this is a rice plant or this is a weed.
So Harish, tell us a bit about this recent breakthrough by way of which the crops won't be impacted by these chemicals and herbicides.
So what scientists have tried to do is to breed varieties of rice and wheat that can tolerate the application of this imazethapyr herbicide so that it'll kill only the weeds and it won't kill the rice and the wheat plant. And that's what this latest technology breakthrough is. And I think the technology may be about 5-6 years old, but in India, we are probably trying it for the first time. So this particular herbicide, it is a broad spectrum herbicide. It is effective against a very wide range of weeds, So to that extent, it can replace water and it can also replace, repeated ploughings.
And Harish, how are these new herbicide-tolerant seeds reaching the farmers?
Here there are two companies. One company is called RiceTech. RiceTech is based in the US and they have an Indian subsidiary which is called Savannah and they work only on rice. So they have developed a cropping solution which is based on the use of imazethapyr herbicide. Then you have another company which is Mahiko, which used to be called the Maharashtra Hybrid Seeds Company. They were the ones who brought in BT cotton, your genetically modified cotton. They tied up with Monsanto. So in this case, Mahiko and RiceTech have joined together. They said, hey, I have expertise in wheat, you have expertise in rice. Let's come together and let's work together. Because the farmer who is growing wheat is also growing paddy. So let's come together. And both of us have developed technology which enables the application of this imazethapyr herbicide. And that's what the main thing is. Now they are working towards the farmers. They have tested it in the fields. And I think this year itself, something like 15,000 acres have already been covered under imazethapyr resistant rice.
And can you talk a bit about the benefits of these new herbicide-tolerant crops?
One of the attractions is, I can harvest paddy and then immediately I can plant wheat. So for all of us living in Delhi, etc., this should be of interest to us. Because right now what is happening, the farmer is just burning the stubble, right? After harvesting the paddy, you have the paddy stubble which is remaining. And then he burns the entire stubble, right? Along with the straw, everything, right? And he does why? Because he needs to sow wheat. And he needs a clean field for sowing wheat. So there's no time. So here, these companies are saying, hey, don't worry. You harvest your paddy, but there's no need to burn the stubble. You can cut the stubble using a super seeder and you can mix it with the soil, incorporate in the soil. And then you just spray imazethapyr herbicide and that'll kill all the weeds, So there'll be no paddy stubble burning. We save water, right? Because no need to puddle the fields, flood the fields and all these things, right? And transplanting, there's a lot of labor required. In Punjab and all, they get laborers from Bihar, UP, etc. They come and I think an average farmer spends, 4,000, 5,000 rupees per acre, on transplanting. And you don't get labor. So here you save labor cost. You save a lot of fuel, right? Because you don't need to plow your fields repeatedly. You are saving water. So I think that this is quite a game-changing technology.
And there is always this question that whether a new type of seed or crop that has come up is genetically modified or not. So Harish, for our listeners, can you explain what is genetic modification?
I think as consumers, we would be concerned, because I think generally there is a suspicion against genetically modified crops, right? Like, for example, your genetically modified mustard wasn't cleared commercially, right? And you had BT brinjal, which was not approved. For some reason, right or wrong, we have a problem with genetically modified foods. And when we say genetic modification, it means, say a rice plant which will contain a gene which is from, say, a bacteria. So basically, when we say genetically modified, it means transgenic. That is, you are crossing species and even genus, right? I'm transferring a gene from a bacteria to rice or to cotton or to mustard, right? And so there is a problem there, right? Which the consumer acceptance is limited.
So are these new herbicide-tolerant crops of wheat and rice genetically modified?
But here, in the case of this imazethapyr tolerant wheat and rice, there is no foreign gene, there is no alien gene. Basically, what you're doing is you are kind of manipulating a gene which already exists. Okay, and that gene is called acetolactate synthase gene. They call it the ALS gene. So the ALS gene is already present in the rice plant. The ALS gene is already present in the wheat plant. And as I said, when you spray normal imazethapyr on rice plants, basically what happens is it sort of binds itself. This chemical will kind of bind itself onto this gene. And this gene is responsible for synthesizing many essential amino acids, which are required for plant growth. The herbicide will then bind itself onto the gene and then it will destroy the plant also. But here what they have done, the genetic modification which they have done is, they have done what is called a mutation. Basically, they have changed the DNA through a mutation. So what happens is, so now this herbicide no longer binds itself on the sites where this gene is there. So therefore, the gene continues its activity. So it's a mutated gene. So it is not a foreign gene. It is a gene which already exists. And what they have done is simple mutation. There is no gene modification or anything of this kind,
And Harish, as you mentioned, the use of these herbicides to get rid of the weeds has already started. But is it safe for the humans since we will be consuming these crops?
This ALS gene is present only in plants and microorganisms. It's not present in humans. It's not present in any mammal. So this particular herbicide, it cannot bind itself onto us. So even this herbicide is perfectly safe as far as humans and mammals are concerned, unlike other herbicides. So I think we should give a chance to this particular technology.
And in the end, we talk about Vinesh Phogat at the Paris Olympics. Yesterday, Vinesh Phogat created history and became the first Indian female wrestler ever to reach the final at the Olympic Games. She now stands on the cusp of a gold medal. She defeated Yusnelis Guzman 5-0 in the semi-final and fought for the gold. Vinesh Phogat's uncle Mahavir Phogat told PTI that he trusts her hard work and she will win a gold medal.
देखिए आपकी बात तो जब ओलंपिक क्वालिफाई किया था उस दिन से मेरे पूरा विश्वास था आपके बाद गोल्ड मेडल लेके आएगी और जो पहली फाइट हुई थी जो जापान गए तो वो भी बहुत बढ़िया लड़की थी आज तक किसी लड़की से वो हारी नहीं ने और वे ने जो उसको हरा करके उसी टाइम जो गोल्ड मेडल का संदेश सारे देश को दे दिया था और मेरी पूरी आस उम्मीद है अब की बार बेटे जो मेरा सपना था जो कई साल से वो पक्का जो पूरा करके जब लौटेगी हिंदुस्तान.
Earlier in the day, she produced a stunning upset that shook the wrestling community when she handed reigning champion Yui Sasaki a tactical defeat in the first round. Vinesh Phogat then backed that up with a hard-fought quarter-final win to enter the semi-finals of the 50 kg category. During her bout with Yui Sasaki, Phogat had begun at a sedate note against her high-profile opponent, who has been considered to be virtually unbeatable in the circuit. Consequently, Vinesh lost a couple of passivity points and trailed 0-2 for majority of her clash before stunning Sasaki. While time was running out, Vinesh clinched the late takedown to deny Sasaki a gold medal with only 20 seconds to spare in a thrilling clash. The 25-year-old Sasaki had won gold in the category at the Tokyo Games without dropping a single point across 4 bouts. As per records, Sasaki has only lost 34 bouts in her entire wrestling career, while winning over 700 of them. Sasaki had also won the World Championship gold in 2017 in the 48 kg category, followed by 2019, 2022 and even 2023. Incidentally, Vinesh is the first international wrestler to trounce Sasaki on the mat. In the quarterfinals, Phogat defeated Ukraine's Oksana Livak 7-5. 27-year-old Livak had clinched the 50 kg bronze medal in the 2018 World Championships before winning the gold at the 2019 European Championship. And in her bout with Livak, Vinesh secured 4 points in the final 20 seconds to clinch a massive victory. Vinesh has endured underwhelming campaigns in her Olympic career in Rio 2016 and in Tokyo 2020, finishing 10th and 9th respectively. After competing in the 53 kg category in the previous games, Vinesh had decided to trim down to the 50 kg category for the games this year. And finally, she became the first Indian female wrestler to enter the final of the Olympics. Abhinav Bindra, India's first individual Olympic gold medalist, shared a post on social media site X rooting for her where he said, quote, "A torn ligament, a lower weight category, an unbeaten world champion. Nothing stands in her way. Can't wait to cheer Vinesh Phogat as she goes for gold. Your resilience and strength inspire us all. What an inspiring day. Here's hoping for one more." Unquote. You were listening to Three Things by the Indian Express. Today's show was edited and mixed by Suresh Pawar and produced by me, Niharika Nanda. If you like the show, then do subscribe to us wherever you get your podcasts. You can also recommend the show to someone you think will like it. Share it with a friend or someone in your family. It's the best way for people to get to know about us. You can also tweet us at Express Audio and write to us at podcasts@indianexpress.com.
You're a multi-billionaire European founder who's moved to Gandhinagar.
Yes.
Why did you choose Gujarat in India?
We have a rule at Odoo is we never go to tier 1 cities. We always go to tier 2 cities because that's where we can have a better retention of the employees.
No one's ever said that on this show.
They should.
Tell me from the perspective you had before you actually went to China. Why did you choose that country and what was the reality check?
Before we went to China, I saw China like India. But then the problem in China is that first, you cannot open a company in China. A company in China has to be owned by a Chinese person. If you have to choose one country to invest, it is India. And if I have to choose a second one, I would pick India too.
Really?
Yes, there is no other country with that level of opportunities.
For the other foreigner founders, founders from other countries who want to expand in this country, what's your advice to them?
Book a flight ticket and come there a few weeks, meet people, and Indians are very entrepreneur mindset. So you will find good relationship that you can start using and developing.
You're a very memorable guy. Like if you've done so much in life and you're so humble, I find that very crazy, man, because I don't like saying this, but you don't see too much of that in India. As I'm recording this intro, Mr. Fabian Ponker has just left our studio after a 3-hour conversation. I rarely stretch conversations up to the 3-hour mark unless I truly feel like I'm extracting value out of my guest. Created a business conversation on the podcast after a very long time because this business story is very, very interesting. As you saw in the trailer, it's about a self-made billionaire who now finds himself in Gujarat in India because he's trying to expand his business operations while he sits in Gandhinagar. So of course we spoke about expanding business within India, but he's had the experience of living in America, of trying to expand his business in China. So it's a very global business oriented conversation. If you're an Indian viewer, you're going to learn about your country once again, but from a foreigner's perspective, from a very, very successful founder's perspective. And if you're someone who's looking at India as a possible place you'd like to expand your own business ventures, this is the ultimate 101 that I could bring forward for you. All the questions were centered around extracting value for business owners and people who want to learn more about international markets. It's a very deep podcast. It's also a lot of fun because Fabian's personality is very easygoing. He is one of Europe's youngest billionaires ever, but he speaks from a very humble, very practical place. Enjoyed speaking with him, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy on this special episode of The Ranveer Show. Fabian.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
I need to be very honest with you before we start talking. I love talking to foreigners on my podcast. It's a lot of fun.
And for us, it's good too. For me, it's the first time in India. So.
But you've been here for 9 months.
Yeah, I'm living in India, but I've never done a show. I was focusing on my business.
I will begin this podcast with a very simple question. Kem cho?
Majama. Gujarati bolocho. Hindi nene. Tolo tolo.
I find it so fascinating that you know Gujarati, dude.
Just a little bit.
How long have you been in Gujarat?
9 months.
And you've been in Ahmedabad.
Gandhinagar.
Gandhinagar. How are you liking life in India?
It's amazing.
Yeah?
I really love it. It's an experience. Not everything is easy. Things are difficult, but they are really good things, so I really like it.
Dude, what I find crazy about you is you've had a 20-year entrepreneurial career. Then you've traveled all over the world. And now you're targeting India as a place for expansion. And
Yes.
you're the founder of your startup, but the founder himself is now sitting in India to try to expand into this market.
Yeah, even the people, so I come from Belgium. Even the people of Belgium don't understand why I came to India. I had to explain them. They are calling me the slumdog billionaire because they imagine India like, because they don't know, of course.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad I did it because the business has been amazing. Experience has been very good for the family. So it's really good.
Okay. What else? Tell me about your life. How's a day in your life in India?
It's great, depending. There are some good and bad stuff. The worst is the weather. I mean, the summer is just crazy in India.
Too hot?
It's way too hot. For me, in Belgium today, it's like minus 10 degrees Celsius. So when you get the summer at 45, 50 plus in India, it's very hard, very difficult. But what I like about India is, you live with nature, with animals. In Europe, you don't have animals in the street anymore. Even of course, you don't have cows and dogs, but even birds, there are so less birds compared to here. So it's
Wow.
nice feeling to live with nature and animals.
That's what you notice here, that there's more.
Yes, the first thing you notice in the street when you walk in the street. Second thing is there are way too many people.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, but I think you get the opposite. If you go to Europe, you probably feel alone and in danger because there is not that much people around you.
Danger depends on where you are in Europe, but you do feel in a very positive way isolated, which actually calms down your head. Like it's one of my favorite places to travel to because I know when I come back, I'm going to be very relaxed. So it's a very relaxing place. That's what I'll say about Europe. I find it crazy that you're actually thinking about staying in India for a long time.
Yes.
What's in your mind? What's in your heart about like staying here?
So I came for the business. We went to a point where for Odoo, what we get in India was not mature enough. We had a lot of activities, a lot of partners. We had something like 40,000 developers on our software, on Odoo in India, but they were not selling on the Indian market. They were selling in the US and in Europe. So it was for me like a big opportunity that we didn't tap in.
You mean all your developers, your coders?
Not only ours, because we only have 4,000 employees, but we work with partners who are companies offering services on our product. And we had a lot of partners in India, but they were not addressing the Indian market.
They were just looking outward to sell
They were
to the
selling
world.
development services in the US and in Europe. And I wanted to refocus that on the domestic market because India's SMEs is big. GDP is growing at 8% per year. So it's a massive market, 1/5 of the world population. So you cannot close your eye to such a big and future economy. So I came here in order to develop the local market.
In order to understand you better, why don't you introduce your own life's work a little bit before I ask you more questions about India and Europe?
Okay, well, it's probably the right way to start.
Yeah, because people, especially business-oriented audiences, which is a big chunk of YouTube audiences now, are very interested to know about how the world looks at India and about how you want to sell in India and why do you want to sell here. Because honestly, Indians, if you look at it from a mass scale, are not easy customers. They're difficult customers to win over. So I want to get into all those tangents about all your challenges you faced here, etc., etc. But let's begin with a little bit about your story.
Yes.
So you began as a coder.
Yeah, I was a developer, engineer. I started to, and I love business. So I was reading 2-3 books about management, psychology to develop my business every week. I did a lot of things, and this one, which is Odoo, worked better than the others. So I started alone. After 2 years, I had 1 employee. After 3 years, 3, 4, 5.
This is in 2004 you began?
That was in 2002, yes, when I was still a student. And then I grew organically, bootstrapped the company. I started to sell services on this software. So the software is a management software. At the beginning, I was selling services. So I asked Alain, what do you want? And I was developing everything. And I did that until 2010. And at that time, I had a software that had a lot of features because I developed everything the customer was asked for. So it was full of features, but ugly, complex, and everything. And at that time, I had 100 employees. So I decided to do a pivot in the business model and say, we cannot do service and develop everything people need. We need to focus as a software vendor and develop a clean product, and not develop for customer, but develop what's good for the mass.
So for 8 years, you got requests from businesses. They asked you to develop softwares which would help their individual business problems.
Yes.
And eventually you developed so many softwares that you realize, hey, hold on, I can actually turn this into a tech product.
Yes.
And probably make it more profitable than what we're doing.
Yes, it was a bet because from one day to another, I decided to stop services, stop all revenues. I had 100 employees and say, okay, now we'll focus on something else. We'll create a network of partners. They will do the service and we will sell maintenance. So from one day to another,
you will sell what?
Maintenance service.
Oh,
so
okay.
support, bug fix, upgrades. And that was risky because we would stop all our activities from one day to another to refocus on something else. So I raised 3 million euros with French VCs at the time, so that we can do the pivot in the business model and say, okay, no, let's refocus on making a clean product. And that's when the adventure of Odoo started. The mindset has always been the same, is to develop business apps to help companies be more efficient, more productive.
Got it. From a first-time entrepreneur's perspective, what I'd like to say is that a first-time entrepreneur has a lot of random business challenges that you don't anticipate in like accounting, like HR management, and the list goes on. So your software handles all those miscellaneous business problems as well.
Yeah. So what is Odoo today? It's a suite of business apps. We have applications for pretty much everything SMEs need. Like you need an accounting software, we have one. A CRM, we have one. You want to create a website, we have a website builder. You need an inventory management software with barcode scanner, beep, 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 and you receive, deliver, we have one app. And if you put all these apps together, you have fully integrated company. And that's what we do. We offer tools to small and mid-sized companies so that they can perform better.
What I find crazy about this is that you have a lot of data with you also. So you'll be able to understand how different countries go about business in different ways.
Yes. We have 12 million of users. So it's probably the most installed management software out there, ERP at least. And we are active we do accounting for 150 countries. So we are one of the largest spread in terms of different countries.
You're a brave guy.
I'm just a good worker.
As in you're just a hardworking guy.
I'm hardworking. For the first 7 years, I didn't get a single day of holiday for 7 years, and I was working like 14 hours a day. It's not anymore the case. No, Saturday and Sunday I work less, but getting older.
You think that plays a role?
I think I don't have the same level of energy.
Yeah, I feel that already. Between 22 and 30.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Oh, you have time.
But I feel a difference in the energy I felt when I was 22.
Yeah, I wait for 40. It's going to be horrible. I'm 44.
Really?
Yes.
How do you look so young, dude?
I don't know. It's good to know that I look young.
Good genetics.
Yes.
God, you're a happy guy on the inside.
I'm super happy. I love my job. I love my company. I love my product. I'm really happy in life.
What are you the happiest about from a business perspective about your whole business career?
What I do like is that what we do is super important because it helps companies, it helps people. We don't do management software for managers or for managing companies. I'm not interested in that. It's not interesting. I do tools so that every employee in the companies can do their job better, can save time, do less administrative tasks, less boring tasks. So we really help millions of people having a better life. Because if you think about it, you probably spend 30-40% of your time at work. So better do it with good tools so that you enjoy doing rather than doing boring administrative re-recording of data. And I feel like we have a massive impact on the society because of that. We do it we didn't talk about it, but with a special business model, which is open source. So a lot of people can get it for free, download, modify. And so we are reaching countries that could not afford that kind of software because it's free. So the impact is really big of what we do.
Can you explain what open source means, one? And two, why did you make it open source? Because It's a very different mentality. Like if you have built out a product, if you've built out a software, there has to be an intention behind turning it into an open source software.
Yeah.
Open source is you've kept the software available for the public.
Yes. So open source is a license that says, instead of constraining the software and say, when you buy my software, you have minimum 10 user, maximum 10 user, you have this. Instead of putting constraints, we put rules so that we guarantee the user that they will be able to use the software for free, get the source code of the software so they can learn it, modify it for free, and all the things will be free forever. So it's like a protection for the user. And the reason I did open source is because I'm passionate about open source since I was a student. I only use myself open source software. So when I developed software, I did it open source.
Because you get a template from which you can build upon?
No, because I didn't want it to do another model. It was something I'm passionate about that. I think software is knowledge and knowledge should be shared. And I think software is like knowledge should be shared to the world. And I think it's better. It was very hard because when you do a software for free, getting money out of that is really difficult. So it took me maybe 15 years to understand the business model.
What is the business model?
Nowadays, so I tried everything. I started as a service company, as I explained you. Then I moved to maintenance, selling service like support, upgrade. Didn't work that well. It worked, but after 500 employees, I couldn't. I've had like 7 years close to bankruptcy. So at some point, I said, okay, I have to change. My passion about open source is good, but at some point, it's good to remain alive too. And so now the business model that works is what we called open core. And an open core business model is where you have 80% of the applications are free and open source. And we add 20% of application where you have to pay for.
Freemium.
It's like a freemium, but it's like two different products. Some people can just use the open source one and others can use what we call Odoo Enterprise, which is the full version.
That's the one which is working for you right now?
Yes. For example, if you need a CRM, it's open source, it's free. You need a website, free and open source. You need inventory, sales, purchase, it's free and open source. You need accounting, you will have to pay the accounting version because it's only in the paid version.
So people gain trust in your software from the free part and then they're like, yeah, this is a good software. Design is great. Functionality is great. Let me pay for like this additional.
Yes, some do that, 10%. 90% doesn't pay, never pay. But the best is the word of mouth. You know, when you build a company, the most difficult part is marketing, word of mouth, building a big audience of users. And the good thing when you are free is that you quickly get millions of users. And even though they will never pay, some of them, what they will do is bring you more customer because they will tell to their friend, this software is great, I'm using every day, you should check it. And maybe one of them will pay.
So based on those 10% parts of your software that are actually premium, which people pay for, you're supporting the whole business.
Yes.
Including the 90% which is free.
Yes.
Damn.
For me, it was a very philosophical problem because I was passionate about open source and I did not want to sell proprietary source of software. I was against that. But it was a very bad decision. It was a very bad mindset because at the time I had something like maybe 100 developers maximum. I couldn't pay more. And now that I have 10% non-open source or 20% non-open source, 80% open source, I can afford paying hundreds of developers. So I contribute way more to the open source world than what I did before, even though I'm not 100% open source today. So it's something I didn't understand. It took me years because I refused that. But once I did that, I switched the business model and then the company started to skyrocket.
You know, there's a lot of lessons that Indian entrepreneurs, young Indian entrepreneurs can actually learn from this in terms of you're selling to the world. Here a lot of us have dreams about selling to the world as well. But I don't think we're educated in that aspect. In terms of if you've built out something in India, how do you ensure that someone sitting in Britain or Nigeria or Brazil would actually use your stuff? So you've had an expansion outside your own country, right?
Yes. You know, we are Belgians. Belgium is nothing. It's 10 million of people. So by nature, if you want to do business, we are forced to export because our market is nothing. You don't have the same issue in India, but you have also a lot strong incentive to export. In software, it's easy. It's just build the best software. The reason Odoo works is we have the best. We have the best CRM. We have a modern website builder, much better than WordPress or Zoho or Shopify. And we build the best. Took us 20 years, but once you get the best, software is like compound interest. You build and you build and you build. Wow. Everywhere it gets better and better and better. And the revenue you get from the software increase exponentially based on what you build. It's like creating a massive asset that is generating more and more revenue over the years. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time because in order to be the best, you have to develop and develop and develop. Especially in open source. In open source, it's very hard because, in proprietary software, when you sell the software on a license, you can have a lot of competitors. And they will all differentiate themselves. Open source is like a transparent market. It's like, because it's free, everyone will test before buying. So they test, they play with it. And so everyone will choose the best product. So in the open source, it's a winner takes all market. There is one winner, but no second player. And that is very hard. So it requires for you to invest a lot in research and development in order to build the best product. And before you are not the best, you get just small amounts. But once you are the number one, you have a consolidation effect where everyone looks at you and you grow faster.
And to further your consolidation and your profits, you basically have to play a numbers game. You need more and more people to use your free of cost stuff.
And because it's open core model, I cannot charge as much as the other. The big ERPs like Microsoft Dynamics, SAP, Oracle NetSuite, they charge a lot, like $180 per user per month. They can because they charge for the full amount of the software. For us, it's different. We have 80% which is open source and only 20% which is proprietary. So if we charge the full amount, people will say, oh, for 20% less, I can get everything for free. So I won't buy that. Our main competitors is yourself, is our open source product. So we have to charge at 1/5 of the other because we can only charge a small layer, which is for a fee, which means we have to compensate with big volumes.
Which is also partly why India?
No and yes. For me, up to now. So it changed 1 year ago. The role of India for us changed 1 year ago. Before, India was like the service provider for the world. So the local market in India was nothing. We had only a few users, but they were selling development services to all our partners all around the world because in Europe, in the US, we are lacking developers. So they were all subcontracting to our Indian partner. So India, at the beginning, helped us a lot to provide services we couldn't afford in the other countries. Now it changed. Since 1 year, that's the reason why I came here. Our main focus is the local market. Because they are like old school software like Tally that we need something modern to replace. And the local market is big, growing fast. So now since 1 year, we decided, okay, now it's time to focus on selling on to Indian companies.
In rupees, how much does your...
So Odoo is, the way we work is that one app is free. So you need a website, free. Forever, unlimited users with domain name, everything free. You need a CRM, free. You need an accounting software, free. You need electronic signature to sign the contract, free. But if you need more application, if you need all of them, so all the application is like something like 80 different applications to run your whole business, that's 580 rupees per month.
That's it?
That's 580 rupees per month per user, yes.
Per user?
It's cheap, huh? Yeah, it's still very cheap.
So in a company, how many users end up?
Depends on the company. You could have a company of 50 people, 10 users.
So 1/5 of the company.
The price is not an issue. Yeah, it's 580 rupees is pretty much nothing for what they get for.
What challenge are you facing with expanding in our country?
The main one is marketing. It's because we were known from developers, but we were not known from businessmen. So Odoo had a lot of developers in India, but business were not using because developers were focusing on selling to Americans. And so now we have to say, hey, we are here, so we are ready to support and serve you. That's one. The other one is we had to adapt the product. We had to put our price in rupees, decrease our price. We really had to do a lot of things to adapt to the Indian market. Like we had to change our accounting to be GST compliant, TDS, TCS.
Damn, dude.
All the things. So we did that last year to meet all the Indian needs.
As an MNC owner, like a multinational company owner, what have you learned specifically about the Indian market?
It's very price sensitive. When you work with an American, they will want the beautiful software and they will pay whatever the price. They want the best, beautiful, clean software. Indian, they ask the price first. How much does it cost without having seen the software? So it's a very price sensitive market. You could have the best software in the world. You have to be at an affordable price. It's a fast deciding market. So like in Europe, or the worst is Africa. Africa, they take months to decide. Europe, it's okay. India is a little bit faster. What we do transform companies. So it's massive impact on the companies. So we have sales cycles could be 1-3 months for small companies. India, it's a little bit reduced. Yes. So
Indians want to move with speed and they'll go for the cheapest option.
Yes.
That's how.
And one of the main issue I have with Indian customer is that they think they can do everything on their own. They never want to buy services. So they say, I'll just buy the software, I will do myself. But when you change your accounting, you change your inventory management, you change a purchase, sale, your website, you do a new website, even though our software is super simple, it's better if we help them with service. But most Indian companies try to do that on their own first, and then they call only if they have issues. Where in the US, they will say, I need someone that does everything for us. I will do nothing and just buy a lot of service to be sure that we do the job for them.
One layer deep, psychologically speaking, why do you think that difference is there between America and India?
I think a lot comes down to price. If they don't want to services because they don't want to buy service, I believe. I'm always surprised when you go to a shop in India, you want to buy, Kit Kat, chocolate bar. There is always the 10 rupees Kit Kat, the 20 rupees Kit Kat, the 35 rupees Kit Kat. It's all about price. And I understand. It's not the same level of quality of life. Americans have so much money and credit. They can buy everything on credit. Here it's more rational, I would say.
People are more practical about going about.
They are more savvy.
They focus
for
on
sure.
Saving money more.
Yes, and something that changed a lot is sometimes in India you throw humans at the problem, where in the other countries you try to automate to have less employee, less cost, less. In India, some workers are so cheap that sometimes you just put more workers to solve the issue. One of the examples I had is our accounting software. It's accountant, they receive their job. In the morning, they get a pile of bills and they have to record the data in the system. It's a bit shitty. You record data every day. It's not very interesting. Now with artificial intelligence, all this is processed automatically. You don't need to record anymore. You just put that in the scanner and 98% is recorded automatically for you. Only 2% you have to check. And so we do that in Europe, in US, massive success. Everyone loved it because they have less time to record, more time to validate. The accountant can do tax optimization, interesting things rather than recording data. And then I came to India and showed that to accountant. And accountant were doing the math. Our system at the time were costing 6 rupees per bill, which for me was nothing. And then they do the math. One accountant cost me this, and then they do how many? It cost me 3 rupees to record manually in the system. Why would I use your artificial intelligence that costs 8 rupees? So they prefer to pay people to record manually. And that's one of the examples where we had to change. I had to say, okay, no, this is free. Artificial intelligence or your vendor builds to record automatically. We had to put it free in India. Otherwise, they will just put small hands doing it.
I'll give you the Indian startup entrepreneurship perspective. Again, it's about cost saving. Because I think Indians have learned now that successful startups are built out of being profitable and not just raising money.
Yeah.
So everyone's trying to bootstrap. And we know that our advantage is that there's a big population. So you can get work done for cheap through human beings. I think that's the big mentality difference.
Yeah. You have this capacity of having affordable jobs.
Yeah.
But what Americans are understanding and Indians don't is that sometimes having the right tool, like a beautiful website instead of a shitty website, or a quotation that looks nice, improve your conversion rate on sales. These are the things that sometimes Indians are too sensitive to the cost and miss the leverage to sales. Things that they can do that would improve their sales.
Yeah, I agree with this. There's too much of a focus on saving money.
Yes.
And not focus on creating a beautiful front.
Or an efficient service support or efficient operation.
It's probably also because just generally, so I feel we've got independence 75 years ago. And only in the last 4-5 years am I really seeing a drastic change in India because the internet reached the rest of India. So people are getting education about how the world works. Even with this podcast, I'm sure we're going to have listeners who don't speak English but understand English. And they're just tuning in to see what a European is saying about the country so that they can learn. So India's like learning all these things, but the focus is totally about saving money.
Yeah, which in some point is good. That's the reason why they can afford development service to the US and the Europe. But in some point, they have so much to win to understand how to make an efficient business with quality support, quality tools, good website. If Indian companies understand that, then they can skyrocket. Because it doesn't cost too much today.
Yeah, also if Indian companies follow what you're saying in terms of efficient service, good looks, in terms of the UI, UX, we'll be able to sell abroad. And I think that's what a lot of Indian organizations are not being able to do.
Yes.
Like in terms of our websites don't look great. The UI, UX quality in India as of now is not at the world standard.
No, it's not, yeah.
But in Europe, when you see Swedish companies, when you see, British companies, the look, the quality and feel is very, very different.
Yes.
I think that's the big weakness we have in India. I see it changing a little bit. Like we have UI, UX designer influencers now who teach UI, UX design, but that's one person.
Yeah. And that's why I think Odoo has a role to play in India, because that's what we are bringing to the Indian companies, these tools. All of these, getting a beautiful website, automating your accounting, efficient CRM or help desk tool. It's all about tools. When you have good tools, you can perform better in a more efficient way. And that's exactly what we do. So that's why I relocated myself to India, is to say, okay, there is a big gap. There will be a big need because Indians are growing fast and understanding very quickly. So a lot of these companies who are doing everything on spreadsheet today, they will need better tools tomorrow. And that's why we are focusing on this market today.
What have you learned in the last 9 months? Have you been able to educate people?
A lot. When I arrived, we were selling 10 new clients per month 1 year ago. And now the rhythm is we are acquiring 350 new clients per month. And it's growing like that. So I'm waiting 6 months and we'll be at 1,000 new clients per month.
And this is just word of mouth?
It's just word of mouth.
In my eyes, I think you're doing something very brave, because it's not easy to expand a software business in India for a foreign brand.
No, you're wrong.
It's easy?
It's easy.
Really?
Yes.
I'll tell you where I'm coming from. All my foreigner friends who are trying to set up business in India, they have trouble in understanding the Indian market.
That's for sure. You have to understand them. That's why you need to come here. It would have never worked if I wouldn't have relocated myself here.
Like you learned it
You
by
need to
staying.
learn. But Indians are very open. Compare that to China, or very open. It's a democracy. It's very international. A lot of people are speaking English. I mean, all the checkboxes are green in India.
What are the checkboxes for you?
But that English-speaking country, very open to international business, big need of growth, expansion, GDP growing, and so on. These three alone, think 10 years ago, everyone was talking about BRICS. The Brazil, Russia, India, China, the big countries where you need to invest. Brazil, inflation are killing everything. Russia is in war. And rupees have been divided by 3 because of the war. China, impossible for foreigners because everything's closed. And even if you succeed, the government will catch your company and acquire it. The only missing countries in the BRIC today is India. So if you have to choose one country to invest, it is India. And if I have to choose a second one, I would pick India too.
Really?
Yes. There is no other country with that level of opportunities.
Wow. Okay. Very good perspective.
Yeah.
It's honestly something that Indians love hearing, because Indians love hearing foreigners talk about India. But I don't know how much the world knows about what you're saying. Because when I go abroad and I talk to people about expanding the businesses in India, they always say something like, yeah, but we're not able to understand the Indian mind completely.
No, most of the world don't understand, because our company, we do 400 million turnover, 550 this year. India, we were doing 5 million. So when I said I will go to India because I bet on this country, people would say, we do 5 million on this country, but and we do 500 in the group. So why would we focus? But it's because people don't see the opportunity. If you do it right, you can. I mean, the biggest companies in the world, like Tata, 700,000 employees. It's crazy, huh? The largest in Belgium is probably us with 2,000, 3,000 employees, 4,000, but only 1,500 in Belgium.
You're the largest Belgian software company?
Software for sure. And one of the largest
companies.
Every sector.
You're one of the largest companies in Belgium, and the founder of that company has moved
probably one of the most valued too. Well, at least in the top 10 most valued.
You're a multi-billionaire European founder who's moved to Gandhinagar.
Yes. That's why my friend calls me the slumdog billionaires.
How does it feel being a billionaire?
It's not like people think. In my bank account, I'm not rich. In my bank account, I don't have a lot of money in my pocket because everything I own is just shares of a company. It's just the value of a do that is big, and because I'm the main shareholder. But it's like I have money to spend. I'm not buying big cars. I'm not buying big houses. I live in a very small house in Gandhinagar, actually. So it's not like people think. My richness is to have a great company, which is Odoo. And I don't plan to sell my shares, so it's not like I will convert that into cash. I will always keep it that way.
You'll just want to grow business for the sake of business.
I think, because there is nothing less interesting. There is nothing more interesting than that. I mean, I could go to the beach or I could go to holiday. That's boring. In the other hand, I can change people work the life of people at work. I could have an impact of millions of people. Doing great software where they reward us every day, telling you, oh, software is good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, that is great. It's much better than what I could afford with money.
If your son, you have a son?
Yes.
If your son comes up to you and says, hey, billionaire dad, I want a Ferrari, what are you going to tell him?
No, I would say, get the money to buy it yourself.
Are you, in your will, are you going to give all your money to your kids?
I will give them a company. Not money.
You'll give them the company.
Yes.
And then it's for them to do.
If I die. When I die.
I find you, I'm saying this as a compliment.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're very eccentric. You're like a crazy guy. Like,
not sure, but yeah.
No, I mean, coder to founder to pivoting to almost going bankrupt. Yeah. And then you're a multi-billionaire now and you choose to live in Gandhinagar.
Yeah. But I mean, it's all about the experience. I mean, living in a country you don't know, learning from a new culture, new people is way more interesting than driving a new car.
Go on.
Yeah, it's for me, it's all about the experience. And there is also something I'm convinced about is, what makes happiness. People think money makes happiness. But I think it's not what you have that makes happiness, it's how you evolve. So if you are here, you get that, you are super happy. Or if you are here, you get that, you are super happy. But when you are there, what do you do to be very happy? You cannot buy more cars, it doesn't work. So it's good also sometimes to level, slow down or decrease your quality of life so that you don't get used to big richness and so on. And you get very happy. When I come back to Belgium and I eat meat, super happy because I eat veg for months or...
as in your expectations from life are very simple.
Yeah, and if your expectation is low, it's the best way to be happy in life.
Damn. How do you look at money? What is money for you?
It's a mean. For me, money is a mean to develop a bigger business.
Like it's a means to
a goal. And for me, the goal is to develop a bigger business. And so that we can do software that helps more and more companies. So money is very important. I need to, that's why we focus on selling and things like that. But not as a goal in itself, but as a mean to develop the software we want to develop.
Okay.
It cannot be the other way, because if your goal is to make money, you won't be happy or you won't succeed your goal. But if your goal is to make a great product, then if your product becomes great, then money will follow.
Damn. Has Gujarat taught you anything about money specifically?
Gujarat they told me about, negotiation. I was very bad at negotiating. I thought I was good. And then I came to India. And these guys are so crazy in negotiation that I learned from them.
What did you learn?
To be more pushy.
You need to be more pushy.
Yes. Indians are very pushy. When they negotiate very, very hard. Even in weddings, they play, this negotiation game during weddings. You get the shoe of the bride and you have to buy it back. Everywhere they negotiate.
And specifically Gujarat, I think, is a negotiation center of India.
Maybe it's Gujarat, yes.
They have the best business skills. Them and Marwadis. These are the two communities which are known as the business communities in India.
No, they are very good at negotiation, and it's good. It's useful for all our activities, actually.
Suppose you go back to Europe or America, you'll be using these Gujarati negotiation skills there.
Yeah, I will train the team there.
But you'll be pushed.
It's already done because, when you have a group of different countries, they all work together. So initially, I asked a Belgian team to train Indians. For instance, the influencer marketing team, the Belgian team trains the Indians, how we proceed. And then they do call together, and then they notice that the Indian person is negotiating way better than them. So they learn from the call. And working together, we all learn from the strengths of the other, which is good.
Yeah, which is why in club football, every player has different nationalities. Everyone brings their own strengths to the table.
Yeah.
Do you look at international business expansion in the same way that Indians have a role to play in international businesses, but they should be played to their strengths?
Yes. We have a big company in Dubai, 600 people, something. The director come from Gujarat too. He went there, and so the way we do what to do is that we have a rule. Every employee can switch from one company to another country if he has 2 years experience. He just have to ask, and we say, okay, he can work in any country of the group. That way we push people to travel and discover and learn from that experience.
And which countries are you spread in?
We are in San Francisco, Buffalo, United States, Dubai, Mexico, Spain, Italy, Germany, Australia, Belgium, of course, Hong Kong. I probably missed a few, but.
How are you so humble after building all this?
I don't know.
Do you look at yourself as humble?
I don't look at the past. I don't care too much about what we built. What I do focus on is what we should build. If you look at today, even though it's exploding, we are the best management software you can get on the market, growing like crazy. It's still 1% of the market, 0.1% of the market. The market is so big. Every company in the world, small to large, every industries, we are still 0.1% of the market. So when I look at it, I am not saying, yeah, we succeeded. I'm looking at it like we do 0.1% of the market. How we got to that, from that to 5%. And so I'm focusing more on the future, what we should do and continue to do in order to keep this growth rather than what we have succeeded.
Man, I'm really enjoying talking to you, genuinely. Like, I'm glad I get to do this for a living. I was telling you, I have a great job,
Meeting people.
Yeah, but how often do you meet a European billionaire who's staying in India? And there's so many questions I just want to ask you for myself about your life, about business lessons, about what we can do better. Because I truly believe that Indians who can speak good English should be thinking about selling their stuff abroad. There's a lot that our country can sell abroad, but in order to sell abroad, we need to understand the foreigner mind much more. How do you look at India? How have you sold things here? This is a very important business conversation. So this is a conversation I would have with you anyway. So I appreciate the time you're giving because I am 100% sure you're a very busy guy. But you're coming to Mumbai for a day, speaking to me. I don't even feel like I'm talking to like a 44-year-old guy. I feel like I'm talking to a guy who's just my age and you're talking like a brother. So, thank you.
Yeah, it's good.
Thank you for being so open, firstly. What's been the most fun thing you've done in India?
I think building a business is fun. Yeah, really. It's lots of problem-solving challenges. It's setting up things. It's creative. It's so the best I did is to hyperscale the company.
In India?
Yes.
The scaling has been the most fun thing.
Yes.
So, okay, let me reframe this same question. When you first got here, in the first week and in the first month, what were your set of learning? So what did you learn in your first week about this country? What did you learn in your first month?
So the first week, when you want to transform a company, first week you just learn. You work with people, you learn who they are, who are the best, who you can leverage to make the company scale, what are the weaknesses, what are the strengths, so that you can rely on. So I would say the first weeks, I didn't do a lot of things. I just worked with people. Help them on small details, but it was more a process of learning for me.
You understood your teammates.
Yes.
Correct to say? And you're trying to absorb what situation you're in.
Yes, you help them when you know things, but it's better to more listen than talking. And after that, then I can replicate all the good practice we had to do. And some of them I had to adapt because it didn't work in the Indian market. Others, I just replicated what I used to do in other companies and it worked here.
Like what? Can you break that down? Both the ones that didn't work and the ones...
For instance, one of our marketing strategy had to do is to do what we call roadshows. It's events in different cities. And when I arrived here, our roadshow had like 40 attendees, which is nothing. When we do roadshows in Africa, we have thousands of people. In Europe, we have thousands of people. And we had 40 on such a big country, on large cities. That didn't work. So I did the usual marketing tactics, Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, mass mailing, and so on. And then I went to 600 attendees. I was like, starts to be good. Okay. And I came to the management, very proud of me.
Were they coming to meet you?
No, it's not me. It's our salespeople who do demonstration of the product, the Odoo community, work together, presentation of customers, and things like that.
So you use digital to create a community online?
Yeah, we already have a big community to do. We leverage this community and try to bring more people. And we do events that are on site in big cities, Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Pune.
But it was a community gripped through social media.
Yes.
LinkedIn.
Because I had too few people when we started, I had to do advertising to bring more attendees to our events.
This is performance advertising you did?
Yes.
On Facebook,
LinkedIn, and so on.
Use our product.
Yes.
That's it. Okay.
The ones who use or potentially will use the product. So I did that. I scaled that and it went well. We went to 600 registered attendees. I thought it was very good. So I was like, yeah, I'm good. And then only 120 people went to the event, actually came. So the no-show was huge, like 80% no-show.
Like 600 people signed up for the event, but only
120 came. And so that's where I noticed that in India it's different. You have to do way more. And that's something I learned when I was looking for an apartment or house for me, is that you have booking with people to visit houses, and 50% of the time they just don't come. You arrive, nobody's there. You have to call 1 hour before to say, I'm coming, I'm here, and then they come. And so I worked on how can we improve so that more than 20% of the attendees come. And so we started with WhatsApp, and that worked very well. We did reminder 1 hour before the event, 1 day before the event, SMS marketing, and that works very well. And that's the kind of things where I learned in India, because I was not using WhatsApp in Belgium. But here everybody use it. And so now that we automated reminder, we had way more people to roadshows. And I learned that from India. We put that in the product. So now Odoo has WhatsApp in all the applications in standard. For the point of sale, when you have tickets, you receive the tickets on WhatsApp. Bill, you receive your bill or invoice on WhatsApp. Events, you have your notification, registration notification on WhatsApp, everything. And then it helped all other countries too, because we deployed that in Latin America, worked very well too. We deployed it in Africa. They love WhatsApp too. It worked very well because I learned it from India.
You know the word empathy? Empathy is like understanding someone else's emotions.
Yes.
I feel that in a business person's career, somewhere after you gain some success, there'll be a point where you begin to lose a little empathy because business makes you very dry and mathematical.
Yeah.
And you have to just like self-correct. I've seen this with a lot of business folks I've had on the show as well. A lot of them say that the biggest mistakes were a point where they overvalued what they were trying to sell, or they were trying to chase money too hard. And even here, I mean, 3 layers deep, we boiled it down to the same thing.
It's usually a mistake I don't do, but that time I did it. Yeah, you're right.
How do you look back at your 20s? Because you're 44, you have a nice family life, you have a good like material life, you know, your company is doing well, you're one of Europe's youngest billionaires. How do you look back at your 20s?
I feel like it's the same for me. Like when I was 20, my focus was I want to build the best software. Today, my focus is I want to build the best software. And things changed, of course. But the strategy, the long-term vision, what I like to do, what I do, remains. I still spend the majority of my time making sure that Odoo is much better than the competitor, improving the software. It's still the same. I'm still doing what I like. It's even better now because when you are small, like 50 people, you have to deal more with HR stuff. When you are big, you can delegate the HR stuff and focus on really what matters. So it's a bit better even for me now.
Which is the product.
Yes.
The product matters.
or the company. The culture, the improving. So I focus on if we transition, we have to change a department or that's the reason why I came to India, a big transition for the company. So I focus about things that bring value to the company.
Why did you choose Gujarat in India?
I didn't choose Gujarat. So when you create, we launched a lot of companies. We did do in Mexico, Spain, Italy, Buffalo, and so on and so on. The key to succeed a new company is not the location. The key is the director. This is the most important thing. You can have a good director in a bad location, it will work. You can have a good location, average director, it's going to be painful. And so the way we work, it's always about people. The way we work when we want to open a new company is never to say we want to go there or there. It's more about who is the best guy we have in the company that we can leverage to create a company with.
So you had a bunch of employees in Europe and America, and you pick out like one of the best
So
leaders.
the way it worked is I was working with a French company who had this subsidiary in India. And I was working with them, and then I worked with Mantavia, our director at the time there, and it's still the director today. And I noticed that this guy is very good. And so I wanted to do something with him and say, okay, let's create a company. So we discussed with this French company. I acquired 50% of the shares and then the totality, because we split and I get the totality. But it was not about Gujarat. It was about Mantavia. If there was these guys that I would say, okay, he's good enough, we can build something with him. And it's always the same. You know, we have a company in Buffalo. Nobody goes to Buffalo.
New York.
It's in state of New York, but it's not New York. It's way above. Nobody goes there. You go to Silicon Valley, San Francisco, New York, Boston, but not in Buffalo. It's like a desert city, old industrial city. Where we get there because of the director. Nick, our director there, is super good. We wanted to do something with him because he came from Buffalo. Okay, let's go to Buffalo. And it turns out it was a very good decision. It's amazing to have an office there, but it was all about the people, not about the location.
So your key to expanding business, especially internationally, is actually great leadership. You pick out the best team captains.
Because execution is stronger than strategy. Execution is about having the right guy that can make it happen. Is stronger than having better market or strategy. Strategy is important, but execution is much more important.
Because I think strategy is built out of feedback.
Yeah, and strategy can evolve. If you have someone who is capable of making things happen, transforming companies, he will evolve with strategy.
So your director chose Gujarat?
So I chose the director. He lived in Gujarat. And because he lived there, we created the company there. And actually, he was a student. So it was not directly a student. We recruited a few people. And he started in his student room. And now he's managing 650 people.
How old is this guy?
I think he's less than me, 40.
He's 40 years old?
Yes.
Okay.
Working with me since 16 years.
And you met him where? In Europe?
No, I came to India. I met him online because I worked with this French partner and we initially worked on some tasks together online. And then I came to meet him in India.
And you prioritized his comfort?
Yes. But I didn't know about anything. I didn't know about the other cities. All I knew is that, okay, I have a good guy there. Let's use him.
Damn. Do you know what analysis paralysis is?
No.
Analysis paralysis means you analyze so much that you don't end up doing anything. Like, you're just thinking about the problem, but you're not actually solving it.
Yes.
This is the polar opposite. You're someone who believes in like doing things first and then figuring.
Yes. There is another way there is a good book from an Indian actually. How is it called? It's, I forget the name, sorry.
What's it? Business?
No, it's rational thinking versus I forget, but I can explain the concept. You have two types of managers. Some manager will define the goal. Let's say you want to create a restaurant. I will do you will do market analysis. I will do a restaurant in this area, maybe a Chinese restaurant, and I will design the menu, and it's going to be at that price. And then it will cost that much money. So I'll find fund, and then I will recruit people, and then. So some people work that way. They start with defining a goal, and then from the goal, they decide if it's what we call traditional manager, MBA style manager. I don't work that way at all. I work the opposite. I don't look at where I go because that changes. I cannot predict the future. I look at what I have. I look at my environment. Maybe I have a good deal to have a restaurant location there. I will jump there. And then I will try to leverage everything I have. Maybe I know a chef which is super good. He's not Chinese, but he's Indian. So I will do an Indian restaurant. And the way I work is more on that, is to optimize my path to optimize to the ultimate goal. But I don't define the goal because I don't think it's possible. For instance, I never do budget in over 3 years. I know it's not possible. What I do is to optimize how we spend money to be sure it's the most efficient possible. So I start from what I have, I optimize, and I ensure we get the best outcome out of it. But I cannot predict. I don't start for the prediction because it creates constraint that you probably don't want.
Puts pressure.
Yeah.
Rather just focus on the process and do
it's more about top down rather versus bottom up versus top down.
You believe in bottom up much more.
Yes.
Gotcha.
You have to mix. You still need a vision, but yes, I don't think like market analysis, business plan, budget planning. I don't think these kind of things are useful.
In India specifically, is your main market in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore?
It's widely spread.
All over?
Yeah, even in the world. Our biggest market is the US, but we only do 15% of our revenues in the US. So it's very much spread on a lot of different countries.
Let's first speak about India. I want to know about your world game also. But in India, so your team is sitting out of Gandhinagar.
Yes.
And they're selling across India.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that has been smooth for you? Or do you think that if you moved to Mumbai or Delhi or Bangalore, you'd get better results for this country?
The location is not that. So what matters on the location for me? Most of the thing when we sell to small and mid-sized company, it's over the phone or video conference.
Right.
So you don't need to be physically present. So what matters? To have good engineers. You have good engineers and very good engineers in Ghana. You have also elsewhere, but there you have very good engineers. The good thing is in Gandhinagar or Ahmedabad that you don't have Google, Apple, IBM there. So you can actually get the good engineers, which is more difficult if you go to the Indian Silicon Valley, like Mumbai, Bangalore, and Delhi. So for that, it's very good. And you need good retention. Because in order to build for the long term, you need people to stay long time in the company, which is a challenge sometimes in India. How do you get good retention? Good salaries. You have to pay 20-30% above the market because it's very important for Indians. And 2, less competition on the market. And 3, good working environment, good culture, and so on. And I believe that for this, Gujarat is very good. You have less pressure of competitors on the IT market. You still have a strong universities for engineers. And salaries are a bit lower than what you can get in Mumbai or Delhi, which allows you to easily pay above market.
Yeah. And here, I think there's also a massive problem we face is rent for people who work with
then
us.
For the employees, cost of living, of course, is lower.
Therefore, salaries are way higher also.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. I never in my wildest dreams thought that someone like you would be staying in Gandhinagar and building out your business.
No, and the biggest mistakes I did, I created a company in San Francisco. Big mistake. Because it's a tier 1 city, you are next to Google, Apple, Microsoft. How can you recruit the best engineers next to these guys? And the cost of living is so high that big mistake. I did it after in Buffalo, super good. And so now we have a rule to do is we never go to tier 1 cities.
Damn.
We always go to tier 2 cities because that's where we can have a better retention of the employees.
No one's ever said that on this show.
They should. And I get some. I remember when we have a few investor VCs in the board, and so they did a big market analysis for us. What are the best cities to put the second office in the US? And they came with a list of 50, and Buffalo was not even in the list. And I said, no, we will go to Buffalo.
Damn.
And why? Because we have a director. Not because of Buffalo. At the time, I didn't care about Buffalo. All I cared was it could not be a tier 1 city. It has to be a tier 2. And the director decided the city.
You're reteaching me a lot of the business things that I thought I knew.
Yeah.
I had like a way I looked at business.
Yeah.
But what you're saying makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. If you create a company in San Francisco, you will suffer. super high salaries, high rent, engineers not available. It's better to go to smaller cities.
I'm asking you this because you're also a software developer yourself. Like you've actually coded in your life. How good is the quality of coders in San Francisco versus the rest of the world? Like, are they significantly better?
No, I think I'm pretty sure Belgium is even better. Yeah. Or at least it's comparable.
India?
A bit lower.
Bit lower.
The average. You could get very good guys in India. Huh? They are very good engineers, developers. But if you take average versus average, India is a bit lower.
Average versus average?
India is a bit lower than Belgium.
But you've seen a few stars in India.
But the good thing is when you are in Gujarat, that you can pick the top 1% or the 0.1%, and these guys are very good.
These guys are comparable to San Francisco coders?
Yeah, so we don't do research and development in San Francisco. So we don't do development. We only do development for customer service. So the only two research and development center we have is Belgium and India.
Okay, your best Indian coders, how do they compare to your best Belgian coders?
A bit lower.
Bit lower?
Yes.
Like the Belgian guys like a little bit more?
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
I think it's all about education, the quality of the universities.
Do you see it changing in India?
Yes, for sure. What surprised me is that the school for my kids, but it's 10 to 12 years, it's, as I said, better than what we get in Belgium. So at least there are some schools that are much better. So it's improving a lot, yeah.
Like I have some cousins who live in Delhi. They're a lot younger than me. They're probably 16 years old now, 17 years old now. I remember when they were in the 5th and 6th grade, they were in a good school. So they were learning product design in the 5th grade. I learned product design when I was 25 years old.
Yeah.
Myself from YouTube. I didn't have it as a subject. And when you talk to them, they're way smarter than like what we were at that age.
That's good. Yeah, I think it's the new generation will bring a lot to the Indian market.
Yeah, but you know, this is like the top 1% in terms of income in India.
Yeah, but these are the ones that matter. The top 1% will drive everything to the top.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes, the best way on poor country, the best way for poor countries, inequalities are very good to make poor countries goes out of being poor because the top is driving the bottom to the top. So, yeah.
So the guys at the top actually need to then stay back in India and then lift the rest of the country.
You need entrepreneur, you need successful companies in order to generate business and work for everyone.
We've had a lot of political content on the show lately. And the political commentators said that the next time you have entrepreneurs on the show, ask them about the ease of doing business in India. Do you find it easy to do business in India?
It's very easy.
Very easy.
The country is very open.
I brought this up because the political commentators said that that's the representation of the government then. And Indians usually pick a side. Indians are either pro-Modi or anti-Modi.
Okay.
You're a complete neutral. Like you're from Belgium.
Yeah.
And you still find it easy to do business in our country?
It's easier than in the US. Americans are very, very picky. If your product is not perfect, beautiful, pixel perfect, Americans won't buy it. No. In India, even if your product is not perfect, they will make figure a way to use it.
No, ease of doing business means as a business owner, you know, all the back end stuff.
I think it's easy.
You didn't find any difficulty?
You have to adapt yourself to the people, but I don't think it's difficult.
Has there been a country where you found it very difficult as a business owner?
Yeah, in China we failed. I tried. I invested $1 million in China. We created a joint venture with a large company. We failed, completely failed. Here it's super easy.
When was this China phase?
We tried this in China a few years ago, like 7 years ago.
Okay. I need to expand that thought also, but we'll first finish this. Do you notice the Modi government? Like, do you follow what they are doing in the country?
Yes.
You know, from a geopolitical perspective in China, at least the narrative we get in India is that it's a very dictatorship-oriented culture. And that government wants to control everything that Chinese citizens see, the way Chinese citizens think. And when I meet Chinese people, it's a little mixed. Some of them who have lived abroad are very Indian in some ways. They're very friendly. You know, they like India, etc. Sometimes abroad, when I meet some Chinese people, I feel like they're a little bit in their own zone. They're a little bit away. They don't want to connect, not with Indians, just with anyone. They're a little bit in their own world.
I don't know. I don't have experience because I only went a few days in China. So I don't have that much experience. We have a company in Hong Kong, but Hong Kong is so much different than China that it's difficult to...
For now.
Yeah.
It's probably going to become a part.
We'll see.
But the company's still there in Hong Kong?
Yes. Yeah. We have 250 people there.
Do you visit Hong Kong?
I went a few days, yes.
You like Hong Kong?
Mixed feeling.
Why?
It's different mindset. It's very expat, guys. It's a lot of about money. I'm not at all about money. In the discussions, who earns what, and so it's not my style.
You mean people show off?
People show off. Your status is your salary, that kind of things, which is, some people like, but it's not my style.
Okay. But you visited China as well?
Yes.
You enjoyed it, like being in the country?
Yeah, it's always good to visit the country.
What did you like about China?
But I don't think I could say I visited, because I went a few days. It was only to work with the company, so
it's only the professional experience you got.
But they are super good hosts. I mean, they make you feel like, and China is a little bit like India. For instance, they don't respect contracts, but they respect the relationship you have. So the first thing they do is not to write a contract like we Europeans do, but it's to build a strong relationship between the supplier and the customer. And usually they succeed because of the relationship between people rather than contracts. And so I've noticed that they were very good at hosting us, welcoming us, working together for that purpose.
They took you out for a drink?
Yes, a lot.
You have a story?
I'm a very good drinker, so they tried to beat me, but it was the other way around. Belgians are very good in beers. But no, I don't drink anymore. So
how did they get when they were drunk?
Like everyone else.
Fun.
Yes.
Jokes.
Yes.
But how did you communicate with them?
The people I was working with were speaking English.
So what did they say to you? Like,
no, nothing special.
Does work conversation come up when you're drunk?
Yes. Yes.
Like you'll talk about the contract even over a drink.
Yes.
And y'all can be very...
But maybe it's my fault, because I always speak about work. So maybe it's me. I don't know if it was them or me, but yes.
You speak about work even when you're drunk?
I think about... I am not drinking anymore. I don't drink since a few years because I have liver disease. If I drink, I can die.
You got fatty liver?
I have even more cirrhosis.
You have cirrhosis?
Yes, because I drank too much. And so I cannot drink anymore since a few years, which is okay. I like this. Yeah.
But you drank a lot when you were younger?
Yeah, that's why I have cirrhosis.
Why did you drink when you were younger?
In Belgium, it's part of the culture. Students drink a lot of beers.
How much did you drink?
Too much.
Like say if it was a Saturday night.
I don't know. It was during the week.
During the week?
Yes. So it was a student bar, which is owned by the student, and they open every week. And during the weekend, you come back to your parents, so you don't drink. But during the week, you drink the whole week.
Every day?
Every day, yeah.
How much every day?
30, 40 beers. Way too much. To the point where you get a cirrhosis.
Oh, man. How does cirrhosis feel?
It doesn't feel anything. So the liver is the only organ in the body that is where it can regenerate itself, except when you get to the level of cirrhosis. And also it's insensitive. So you don't feel anything. If it has issue in the liver, you will never feel anything. If you discover it, it's by luck. And I was very fortunate I had other issues. They made some scans. They discovered that earlier in the process of the cirrhosis. So I can live with that without issue for a long time. But I cannot drink at all.
How did you feel when you found out?
I thought I would die. So, because the process after is months of examination, and they told me exactly. So when you look at cirrhosis in the web, you are like, it's horrible. Like you have 10 years to live or that kind of things. But they explained me at the end that I was at the very beginning. So I will just live like that my whole life without issue. But I cannot transgress.
Other than China, which place have you found challenging to expand into?
I don't have a good answer because we pretty much succeeded every country we opened. The only time where we failed, it was not about the country, it was about the person. Because we picked the wrong manager. So one thing I do have to do is that we never recruit manager. director, manager. We never recruit that. The only way to become a team leader at Odoo is to be the best of a team. And so we make them grow. And one time, it was to open in New York, I recruited an external director. He has a good experience. On the resume, he was perfect. He built 2 startups that grew very big. He's Belgian from New York, so he could understand us, but he developed business in New York. So I'm sure the guy is great, but it didn't work for us. It didn't work for us because it was good, but it was not what we are. It was not aligned with the way we manage our business. So it didn't work. All the other times, I always created a new country with an employee who had probably no experience of building companies and so on, but he was a good employee at Odoo. And so we send him somewhere and it always worked. Sometimes it takes 2 years, sometimes 4 years. So the rhythm is a little bit different. But if you pick someone who is good at the job, even though he's not a director, even though he never created a company, it's a good bet.
I want to go a little bit deeper into this international expansion thing. Okay. So now, say I'm an Indian company and you just need to answer this from your own life's learnings. You need to talk from Odoo's learnings. Which was the first company outside of Belgium you expanded to?
After Belgium, India.
India was the first company?
Yes. But not to sell in India. It's because I needed developers.
Okay, let me reframe this question. My point is, when you're looking at a new region to expand into for your business.
For sales, yes.
For sales, okay? You want to expand in that country. Now, I am sure at Odoo, your management and you have a set of protocols that when you go to that country, you'll have to follow these same cultural rules, but then something will change in the way you operate there. Something might change.
Yeah.
So I want to know about that something. What is the constant stuff? What is the variable stuff?
So the way we work is constant. The way we deliver the service, we have a methodology to implement a customer, to train him, to import his data, same. The way we sell, which is very product focused, we ask the customer what are their pain points and we create demonstration based on the pain, is the same. The only difference is local, is how you interact with people, how you party together, or you do your salary structure, that kind of things. But the rest, the majority of of procedures to open a new country are the same for every country.
Marketing?
Marketing is basically the same with some variants. So in our marketing, we have a strong, we do events a lot. Like we do 500 events, physical events, 500 per year. So 2 per day, more or less. We do that in every country. It works in every countries. Not with the same level of success. In India, Mexico, very successful. US, we have low attendance, but high quality people. So it's still the same approach. Then you have online marketing, Google Ads and so on. Same in every country. We have education working because we are open source. A lot of teachers and universities use our product to teach sales, CRM, accounting, because it's free. So we work a lot with schools and teachers and university. That works in every country. So 90% of the marketing is
the same.
Is the same, but there are some slight difference. Like I explained, in order to develop the events, we do LinkedIn ads, email ads, Facebook ads, mass mailing, and so on. Worked well. For India, I had to introduce WhatsApp in order to remind attendees that the event is tomorrow or in 1 hour. So there are slight difference, but it's 10% difference.
Okay. Your structure effectively remains the same.
Yes.
Like your protocols, your strategy.
And even for some of my online marketing, it's even globalized. It's not per country. It's one person that does all the country for all the ads.
Okay. What is Africa like to work in and to expand into?
That is difficult. In India, I feel like I could build an Indian company myself. It's very easy. In Africa, I wouldn't be able to. Because you have to be African. You have to be, first, there is not one Africa.
Yeah.
Between the Maghreb and the South, and it's so much different that it's different.
But could you take a region like West Africa, like Nigeria, Cameroon, that region?
We opened in Kenya, so we have an office in Kenya.
East.
Yes. And then you have to be African. The way they negotiate, the way they decide, it's so much different from what we used to do. It's slower. They have difficulties to decide. They don't decide. You do calls and call and call and never decide. That's something, where if you are not African, it's difficult to do.
It's culturally a difficult place to enter.
Yes, for foreigners. Yes.
For foreigners.
Yeah, but then it's easy to enter if you look. So we opened the Kenyan office with an African guy who was in Belgium since a few years. So he came from our company. Then he went to and it's working very well.
I would assume that's true for any country. You get a local guy to help you. That's the most important.
That, of course, that helps. But in India, I have the feeling that I understand Indians. In Africa, I have the feeling that I don't. It's so different.
What have you understood about, say, Kenyans, for example?
I don't have a lot of experience because I don't travel that much. Kenyans is great. There is less corruption than in some other countries like Congo, for instance, which is extreme, which is good in a way, very good. There are a lot of good guys and businessmen, but what I felt is that things are slower. I never understand. I always have the feeling that the customer will sign tomorrow, and he don't. It doesn't. And then I think, okay, we'll sign in 1 month. It doesn't. and I don't know if it's me who don't understand, or if it's the process that is that way. But for me, it's difficult to catch.
Why do you think it's slower? No idea.
I don't know. I don't have that much experience. It's the way they are.
So some questions are not answered yet.
No, I don't have the questions to everything.
But are you actively looking at African markets as a place to expand?
Yeah, we are growing. The good news is it's just that it's not my area. I have other people who do it. And because I'm not involved in sales in Africa, I let them do, and I don't even watch at what they do.
Could you name some countries that the team is looking into?
No, that's a funny thing. If you ask me what are the future countries where we will open for Odoo, because last year we opened 5 countries, I think, I cannot answer. Because I'm not targeting country. I'm searching for people. And the only way for me to open a country is to find the right guy. And if I found it, he already created something. So because we work that way, I would say in another way, our international expansion is not about strategy. It's about opportunism. We have to find the opportunity of someone, and then we will create a company for him.
Fair. You've been almost bankrupt at some points in your life?
Yeah, a few years, yes.
How did that feel?
On the moment, you just work and work and work 16 hours a week. It's stress. But I do believe that if Odoo is so good today, it's because of that period. It forces you to be efficient, to not spend money stupidly. It forces you to be very, very good in order to survive. It creates at the end a company that is much better than result, as opposed to a VC-backed company who get a lot of money. they will burn. They didn't learn to make it in an efficient way.
That's what so many Indian startups are learning. That try having a bootstrap phase for as long as possible. It sets that bootstrapping culture in the company.
Yeah,
You agree?
and that makes the company super efficient. And you know what? So I've been close to bankruptcy for a few years, to the point of I paid salaries sometimes a few days late, because I just didn't have the money. When things get better, when I started to have a lot of cash, it was difficult for me at that time, because I had to find the motivation elsewhere. Before that, nobody was thinking about what is the purpose, what should we do. We were just all trying to survive, serve client, get money, serve client. We were so much focused on surviving that we were not thinking. And then from 1 month or 1 year to another at Odoo, things started to be super good. We get a lot of cash, millions. And then at that point we were like, okay, now we have to find a new source of motivation. And it was a difficult moment for us to remotivate the team, because now we had to work for something different than surviving.
How did you motivate?
Then it's the purpose of the product, serving our clients, making great products. But it was a switch of mindset that we had to operate.
This was that phase where you switched into product?
Yes. This phase took 1 or 2 years in order to be very cash flow positive, but it's that phase, yes. From a service company to a product company.
Are you like a celebrity in Belgium?
Not so much, because I don't try to be. But I think some people knows me.
Do you get fans coming up to you and saying that I respect what you've done? And
yes. That's every businessman of large company have that, I think.
How do you feel about that?
It's always good. I mean, what do you think when people say that they like your show? It's always good.
I think with YouTube, the thing is you're putting so much of your personality and mind out there that when people are coming up to you, they really know things about you. So it's a little different. You feel gratitude, but I think I've reached a point in my life where I feel a little scared also when people
It's
come
too
up.
much, maybe.
Yeah, I never thought I'll ever say that, but it's become that.
I'm probably way less famous than you, even in Belgium. So I don't get to that level yet.
Do your kids know how big you are, like in business?
Yeah, but I think most people don't understand. I mean, what is the value of the company today is 4.5 billion. What is 4.5 billions of euro? Nobody knows. It's just numbers. It seems to be a lot, but what does it mean? It's difficult to relate to that kind of numbers.
The thought of selling your business has never crossed your head.
No. For sure, I will never sell, and I will never go public neither. I don't want to be a public company.
Because you don't want that. You like how you're working right now.
The reason is that public companies tend to refocus on the short term. You have to publish earning calls with the sales number. And if the numbers are good, everyone is happy, they buy the shares. If numbers are bad, people are not happy and your employee are frustrated because they have shares and it's bad. So public companies have a tendency to focus on the short term, to sales of the month or the quarter and so on. I don't want that. The success of Odoo is always to build for the long term. And I don't want a single employee to look for the short term or the sales number of the quarter. One. The other thing is I'm so much focused on productivity and efficiency. When you get public, you need extra layers of reporting, transparency, and things like that. So second reason, I don't want that. I want to be super efficient, decide right away instead of asking the board of directors. And third, I like open and transparent communication. I just said the company was 4.5 billion of euro. If I was a public company, I could go to jail because I disclosed information not before the earning calls.
I think
if I would have sent that to, maybe not publicly ugly, but to some employees, I could go to jail. I don't want that. I want to be able to say whatever I want to inform my employees and be transparent.
Why do you think founders choose to go public?
I think a lot of them don't understand. It's just a way to get cash. But to understand the consequence of that, most of them don't catch it really. I don't think it's bad. I think as a source of cash, public is quite good. It's efficient, but it comes with some drawbacks. Like you have to have extra layers of reporting complexity. You cannot disclose information, and it will refocus the mindset to the short term. For some companies, it's good. Some companies need to focus on the short term, but it's not us.
I would go as far as saying, and I might be totally wrong while saying this, but I think there's a bit of a glamour factor also.
Yeah,
about going public.
It's a way of being recognized, but it's very short term. Like the moment you get public, everyone praise you, you get a lot of praise, and then it goes back to reality after.
Deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Like you'll get the fame, articles will be published.
It's not the devil because it's not a big deal, but I'm extreme in everything I do. For me, if I lose 1% of productivity, it's bad. I wouldn't want that for Odoo. But it's not the devil. It's
What's the best career advice you ever got in your life from someone?
Just do it.
Do and then...
It's true because a lot of people are thinking, waiting for the good idea, deciding how we should do it. Sometimes it's just about move on.
Get the job done first.
Get the job, and maybe it works, maybe it won't work, but at least you move forward.
And what's the worst advice you ever got?
Advice, I don't know. No, I didn't get bad advice. I didn't follow advice. I don't have mentors and everything. I was working in the Odoo office, which is a farm. In a farm, quite alone, not meeting a lot of people, so I didn't get a lot of feedback.
I'm going to give you a compliment again. Same compliment. You're a crazy guy. Like, I have not met anyone like you on the show.
No, I think a lot of people who bootstrap do that. You start from where you are and your small things. And
no, I don't just mean your professional side. Even the guy you are, it's very different, man. Like, I've not seen this on the show, and I've spoken to like 600 people.
Okay.
Like, I've not met someone who's done so much materially, but is still so humble.
Mm.
Like, I still feel you're like a coder on the inside. You're still...
I am. That's what I love. Huh? I am a coder.
But then that affects a lot of how you look at life. Like, someone not someone else, many other people in your position who would have accomplished what you've accomplished, at this point either would have chosen to sell it off and just relax, or, live a more...
Yeah, but will they be happy by doing that?
I think different people have different life stories.
Yeah. For me, there is nothing better that I can do than Odoo. It's the best I can do is to continue improving the software for companies. I feel like I don't see what I can do better than that. For the society, I mean.
Are you changing as a person as you age? Not as a professional. As a human being, are you changing?
I become better. No, I think I become slower also because of the age. But I think the vision and what I wanted to do has always been the same. Not at the very beginning, but after a few years, it has been there.
How do you look at Silicon Valley and San Francisco generally? Is it always going to be the center of tech in the world, or?
Yes, they have a big advance. Not for the reason we think. The main reason is the cash. They have so many VCs or old ex-Google employees with plenty of millions to invest that basically any ID can live there. And when all the IDs can live, some of them will be good and will make a good company.
Do you visit?
I have an office in San Francisco, yes. And before our office was in Silicon Valley, and I lived 3 years there.
You lived 3 years?
With the family, yes.
Can you talk to me more right now? You're okay to talk to me,
yes.
Right? Are you getting bored?
No,
you're enjoying this?
Do I feel bored?
No, I want to stretch the conversation more. I want to get to know more.
Let's go.
You don't mind me asking all these questions, right? Like all this time we're taking.
Go for it.
How are you feeling, by the way, in this?
I enjoy it's good. We have a good conversation and it's fun.
Because you're getting to think?
Yes, and for me it's a different thing than what I used to do, so it's good.
Okay. Usually people like yourself who come on the show, it's a thought exercise for them because the questions go like pretty intense. So especially entrepreneurs enjoy being on this show because they get to think much more. They get to reflect. I don't know if you're in that zone.
I don't need to think that much because I know very well my subject. So it's things I'm used to talk about. So.
What value is this conversation adding to you? Not Odoo, just you.
I'm surprised that you find that the discussion is so good for you, that you get a lot of value from it. For me, it's just normal.
Okay. But you are adding a lot of value.
Yeah, but that's what I'm surprised and it's good to hear.
I'm sure this one's going to get international viewers as well because you've not just spoken to the Indian audiences, you've spoken to like a lot of people want to expand the businesses in India.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to. My solution to all of them when I've been asked this question abroad is, I think you need to tie up with an Indian partner. Like Indians have that team mentality also. Like as we value.
It's very easy to find a co-founder in India.
So, I mean, that was my advice until today's podcast. Now I'll just send them this podcast and look at this guy's story. Maybe before we talk about America, one small question about India. For the other foreigner founders, founders from other countries who want to expand in this country, what's your advice to them?
I think it's just do it. Just book a flight ticket and come there a few weeks. Discuss with people, meet people, and Indians are very entrepreneur mindset. So you will find good relationship that you can start using and developing. Just a matter of what I did is that just go to India. Once you are there, things naturally develop.
And this whole angle about the population being really big, it's a very legitimate reason to be here, right? Like because the market size is that big.
And it's growing. It's 8% growth of the GDP per year. It's big. Huh?
As in a population that's becoming richer, a big population that's becoming richer. That's the business logic about being here, right? Because at the end of the day, business has to be a little ruthless and mathematical.
For me, the initial reason I went to India is that I was growing very fast in Belgium. I was a small company, like 20 employees when I went to India. And when you grow fast, I was signing projects that was... the revenue of the project was bigger than my turnover the preceding year. So bigger project, more than my turnover. But once you do that, you quickly need to recruit and set up the team to deliver the client. And the problem I faced in Belgium, I had 20 developers. If I needed 20 more, it was like 6 to 9 months to get them. But I just signed a client, so I needed it right away. So it was not so much about the cost of the developers. It was that I needed to grow faster. And so I had this before because at the end I wanted to recruit in Belgium. So I recruited Indians so that I have more time to catch up with Belgians.
They were sitting in India.
Yes.
How did you come to know that India has this developer excess?
Oh, everyone knows that.
Everyone in the tech world knows
yes.
that if
it's
you
the development center of the world. Everyone knows that.
Like you've heard of Infosys and TCS, of
Yes,
course.
yeah, of course.
But had you heard of them before you came to India?
Yes, of course.
And how did you look at Infosys and TCS?
I never worked with them, so I don't know.
But what had you heard?
But TCS is 400,000 people. Can you imagine 400,000 developers? It's huge.
I saw you reading a book about the Tata Group.
Yeah, I just started. I'm page 20 or something.
Why are you reading that?
I read a lot of books.
But specifically that Tata Group book you're reading because you're in India?
Yes, but I think I would have read it before. No, I'm just because it's one of the books I'm reading now.
Okay. Coming back to America. 3 years in Silicon Valley? You lived there?
Yes.
Tell me everything, man. Like, what was your life like? What were the conversations like? Did you actually get a view of the future? Did you have conversations about AI back then? Which year is this in?
It was
2011.
7 or 8 years ago, so
2015.
Yes.
Around that time.
Yes.
Was there talk about Sam Altman, OpenAI, all this even back then?
No, it was not. Nobody was talking about the AI at the time.
You enjoyed your time in America?
Yes, very much. I prefer India because of the experience. It's so much. San Francisco is very much like Belgium. It looks like a European city. So it's the closest you can get from a European city in America, I would say. And India is so much different that I like because of the experience. In the US, it's very different from here. The Americans have a totally different approach to purchasing a software. In India, I told you it starts with the price. How much does it cost? And then I will look at the software if it's good or not.
How do you sell to an American?
An American, you have to make him dream. He wants something beautiful, super clean. He wants to dream. It's emotional. And it has to be perfect. If an Indian, if it's not perfect, he will find a way to use the product. He will always succeed to use the product.
In India, it's just the price point as the sell.
And if it's not perfect, he knows he can use it. It's okay. There is a small bug there. He will just turn it around and use it differently. And for them, it's normal. In America, it has to be very good, super clean. They are so used to have very mature software on their market that they are used to the perfect everything. And so for me, it took like 2-3 years to make the product up to the standards of what an American expects.
Damn.
That's why I relocated there, because I had to understand what exactly that. But once you get there, then it gets easy because they are huge consumers. They even buy everything on credit, so they can put a lot of money once they like the product, and very quickly.
The way you learned about WhatsApp marketing in India and then took it to the world, I'm sure going to America forced you to become a way better product, and then you took that way better product further.
My challenge for the America was more the design. That our design was not on par with the standard of Americans at the time. No, it's very good, better than the best. But at the time, our product was super powerful, but design was not as clean as what an American expects. So we had to fix that in order to start the American business. Now it's our number one country in terms of revenue.
And this is because of the feedback loops in America. You spoke to customers, they said that
you meet customers and you spend time trying to sell. It's a good thing to try to sell yourself. Go on the phone, doing demos with customers, check how they react, and then you adapt based on this feedback.
What else? Life in America?
For me, it was very much like in Europe. It's good life. I've always seen America like a big casino. Like if everything is good, it's a big bet. If you're good in your life financially, so if you have a good job, good revenues, everything's perfect. It's dream of everything. You have good education. But if one thing fails, it could be a nightmare. If you lose your job and you get sick, you can quickly get homeless. If you don't have the revenue, it's very, very difficult. Because especially in San Francisco, it's very hard. When I was in San Francisco, a lot of people had 2 or 3 different jobs because one job was not enough to sustain the family, which is hard. It's very hard. So when you are not in the good classes, it's very difficult. For instance, something that always surprised me is that a lot of Indians want to go to America. And what I've noticed in San Francisco is a lot of Indians who are top developers here. So they have very good salary for Indians, like 1.2 lakhs in India, where you are a king when you have 2 lakhs salary in India. You can have a very good life. You have your own driver. You own cleaners, few people working for you. And then they go to America. They have a higher salary, but the salary is very low compared to the
Cost of
housing
living.
market, the healthcare market, education market. That actually their life is lower.
Life quality.
Life quality is lower. That's something surprised me because you were the king there and you go there and you are lower.
It was my big battle when I was in engineering college to not give the GRE and go to America because society was looking down upon me for it in India.
Yeah.
Because there's societal pressure that, hey, you know what? You're probably just not ambitious enough. Why do you want to live in this country? But it was my argument that I would rather be a king here than go there and be one of the crowd.
Yeah, that's a good one. And so in America, if you are good, you have a good job, everything's great. But if you get sick or if you lose your apartment or something, it can quickly be very difficult because healthcare is super expensive. Education is super expensive. Housing is very expensive. So you need to, but if you have that, it's perfect dream. Huh?
Dream life.
But if you don't, and everything is related. For instance, your healthcare insurance is related to your work contract. So if you lose your work contract, you lose your healthcare insurance. And if you get sick in between two jobs, then you have to pay everything cash, and it's basically impossible. It can quickly be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
One kind of treatment, if you have like a fracture of your arm.
Yeah, but my kid had he had a small issue. He had temperature or something. In Europe, when you have that, you go to hospital and you pay maybe €20 or barely nothing because we have social security
for a fever. So
we did like good Europeans. We went to the hospital to check if the kids doesn't have something. He get an ice cream to lower the temperature. So they gave him an ice cream. They checked temperature of the thing, a few medicines, came back. I think we went there 30 minutes. It costed us $2,100. It was €20 in Europe. And so if you are rich, no problem. If you have an insurance, we didn't have an insurance because we were Europeans. If you have an insurance, that's okay. But if it happens, and that's a very small thing. So imagine a real accident. If it happens at a bad time, it could be a life-changing moment.
Which actually happens to people.
It happens to people. There are a lot of homeless. So you would be surprised about the crime and the homeless people in San Francisco.
So again, I don't know how true this is because I've not been to America since 2018. But we've had people who've come on the show and they're saying that parts of America are growing a lot, like new cities. Austin is coming up a lot. Denver is coming up a lot. But the old power centers, which is New York and San Francisco, are degrading.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true?
Yeah, that's true. People are leaving San Francisco because of crimes increasing, drugs increasing, homeless increasing. And the costs are super high, so they want to relocate, especially now after the pandemic and home working facilities, people prefer to relocate.
But it's still a big business market.
It's still Google, Microsoft, Apple. It's difficult to beat.
How do Europeans generally look at America? Is it aspirational to go there?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of things to learn. Like in product design, they are very good. Huh? Marketing, they are the pro of marketing.
Yeah, best.
Service, they are the pro of service. Like how they serve in restaurant or they are very good in a lot of things. So they are leader for real reasons. But there are also drawbacks. That's why it's a mixed field.
What I like the most about Americans are the conversations. Best conversations I ever hear are on American podcasts.
Yes.
And that says a lot.
Yeah, they are very good storytellers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's because when they get kids, my kids, when they were there, a very young age, like 3 years or 4 years old, they are on the stage in front of the class and they have to present things every week. So they get very early on in their teaching, they teach kids to present things. They had something called, what was the name? I don't remember the name of the thing, but every week the kid had to bring something from home, go in front of every student and explain why it is important. Show and tell. And every week. And so they practice a lot of that.
Wow.
Which is difficult when you do interviews. Huh? Because when I arrived in the US and I did interviews with Americans, everyone felt very smart for me. But most of them were bullshitting or trying to show themselves better than what they are.
Yeah.
It took me time to understand because when you listen to them, they are so good that it feels that they are really, really, really good. The reality is a bit different. They're very good at
Selling.
Selling, talking. So you have to look behind that.
How do you look behind it?
I think it's come with experience.
Pattern recognition.
Yeah.
You need to pick up where people are bullshitting.
Yeah. One of the things we do in recruitment is we don't discuss too much how to do. We actually do real exercise. So if you recruit a developer, make him develop. If you recruit an engineer, make him design architecture, understand business flow, to discuss about the business flow, but don't talk about the resume. They will just make you feel like they're the best. If you talk about resume, you won't understand anything.
Yeah, I was telling some American friends of mine, these are not like Indian Americans, like American Americans, white guys, black guys. I was telling them that what I admire about your culture a lot is the whole sales culture. You project yourself very well. Like I have learned that. And honestly, I'm using it in India. I think there's a lot for Indians to learn because we are the opposite of it. Like for us, there's a lot of people who, even if they're really good, they're too shy to tell.
Yeah.
Do you see that about India?
Yeah. Americans are much, much better at that. Yeah.
Something India can learn from America.
Of course. That, marketing, product design, they are very good on this.
What would you hire an American for? Marketing?
For sure. Especially in content. Content writer, storytelling, they are very good.
Because of this show and tell, and I think because of the television culture.
Also, it's their native language. For us, English is our second language. So I'm pretty sure, for me at least, I would have better answer in French. It helps when it's your native language.
What would you hire me for? Like now that you've gotten to know me.
Content?
Would you hire me?
We do a lot of videos. I don't think I can afford you.
No. I mean, if I didn't have the podcast, would you have hired me in India?
Yeah, for content, it's having good people in terms of content doing video is super important. We do, we produce to do something like 600 videos per year. So we have a huge team of content, video production. We have a podcast.
Where do you put it up?
On YouTube mostly.
For maintaining your community.
Yes. So it's mostly about education. We have videos about how you can improve your sales, how you can better do your accounting, project management, how you can build a website with Odoo. So it's more about tutorials, things like that. But it's very important for the community.
Brother, let's have a larger conversation here, okay? About content and community, because this is just a theoretical thing I've heard from a lot of people. And I don't see that really happening in India right now, other than with a few brands. So every brand says build your own community and then monetize it. But I don't actually see too much of that happening. Okay. Now, parallelly, going back to our conversation about how you scaled your business, you said that one of your main marketing angles is that you have an active community.
No. Yes and no. Developing a community is not the role of marketing. It helps, marketing helps, but we have a very strong community because of development. Because we are open source, so people can download and modify our software. So even students in universities, their teacher organize course on Odoo, and they go on GitHub. So they collaborate with us on GitHub. They make what we call pull requests. So they propose feature, they develop new feature on the software, they propose to us. We have a community because we collaborate together to build something. You don't build a community just with marketing. That's not community. That's segment of a market's customer segment, but it's not marketing. Marketing is something where we do something together. And doing something, the community, is about doing something together. We have a very strong community. We have two types of community, partners and community who are not who don't even have a contract with us. But the community works because they are generating revenues from Odoo. Not because we market to them. And so they depend on us. We work together. They develop new features for us because these communities are developers or partner or consultant who sell service on Odoo. And it's a big ecosystem. One thing people misunderstood usually with Odoo is that they think, okay, it's a company of 4,000 people. The reality is not that. Odoo is an ecosystem with 200,000 people whose full-time job is to work on Odoo. Selling, developing, or doing consulting only. And that is a community. When your people rely on your products because it's their life or their work, that becomes a community of fans. And the way you behave with them, we collaborate with them. So we develop together on the same feature. They can have the source code of our product, improve things, send back to us for feedback. That's a community organization. Marketing is not. Marketing is customer segment.
Why? What is the purpose of the content you're creating?
Helping this community. So it's about teaching, educating. It's not about marketing. It's not about selling. It's about making them become smarter and better.
So that actually then they can loop back into adding value.
Because if they are smarter and better, they will sell more, do service, and then I will get revenues. But it's all about them. It's not about us. It's something a lot of companies miss in marketing is that it's all about your people. It's not about you.
Content as a skill, does it have a role to play in the future of worldwide businesses?
Oh, for sure.
It's an important skill to be able
more
to...
and more. I mean, look at influencer marketing. It's exploding. Content everywhere is exploding. And there are some areas where it's very well behind. So like B2C is very mature. There are a lot of influencer marketing in B2C. B2B, there's barely nothing. It's very limited. So it's like we are at the very beginning of B2B marketing on content, whether it's video or podcast or whatever. It's very early days, I would say. It's more mature in B2C. So it means that we still have a few years of strong growth on this market because of that. Because of the B2B would only start to address this.
If one has content related skills like editing, okay, if someone's a very good editor, very good content creator, you would hire that person.
Yes.
And would other international businesses also hire these kind of people?
Yeah, you don't need a lot. So for instance, at Odoo, over 4,000 people, I have 7 who do, because it's not a core business. You would work for a content company, that would be totally different. But despite everything we do in marketing, we have 7 out of 4,000 people who do content editing.
Got it.
Whether it's audio, video, we have more designers. Designers, we have a lot. Designer, I think we have 70, something around 70, because we offer that as a service for our client. Because we have an app which is a website builder, and it's part of our service to say, you want to improve the design, we can also do service on top of the website builder.
You know Naval Ravikant?
No.
He's a big tech influencer on Twitter, and he's very big in America. So he has a saying, and he's very respected in the tech community in America especially, but also India now. He said that if you know how to code, or if you know how to create good quality of content, then it's likely that you will make money in the future.
Oh, yes.
Code, everyone understands, like how you can make money. But do you agree with the content side of things, that if you know how to make good quality content?
It gets more difficult. I think in the early days, a lot of successful artists or content creator that we started 5-10 years ago, it was much easier. Today, it's more difficult, but it's still true. The very good best guys, but it's a bit, I believe it's a bit like a sport. Only the top succeed to go out of the crowd.
Yeah, true. You're talking about content creation, right?
Yes.
You're not talking about content.
Only the few percentage that are extremely good will make it a big business.
Have you ever thought of what makes those few very good? Like in your eyes, what makes a good content creator?
I'm not a good content consumer, so I don't know.
Fair.
I don't watch that much things.
So fair to say that in your eyes, it's just numbers, the guys, because I'm assuming that that's usually.
Let's speak about Odoo, because I have a big content team, but for Odoo, we serve a different purpose. It's not about views, it's about helping others, but still views are useful for us. For me, it's about educating. So the viewer should learn something, should have fun while he learns, but he should be better after having viewed the videos. I'm not so much about entertainment. There is a big business on entertainment, but as a company, what I really like is when we provide value. I used to say that developers, they create value. They create the value in the product. Marketing or content, they create the perception of the value. You can create the best value you want. If people don't understand it, it's not a value because they won't use it. So you need both.
What have you picked up about content creation today?
A podcast or interview show is similar to what we used to do in Europe. I feel like it's the same kind of discussion.
Like you've done a podcast in Europe?
Yes, big ones, yeah.
Okay. And they've asked you similar questions?
No, not similar question, but the ideas are the same. If we have to be open, have a good discussions, What interests people are the same, I think. They want to learn, have fun.
How do I expand in Europe as a content creator?
I think you are better at your job than me. Huh? I think you better know than me.
How do I reach your view? How can more European people who are in positions of power get to know that I exist? Maybe a way I'll rephrase that question is, what do you guys need in terms of content?
I think that content creator, it's like product. It's something you build on the long term. You have to start small and acquire and acquire and acquire. There is no magic formula of how can I get 1 million views directly. It doesn't work that way. You have to build, improve, adapt to the audience. And it's because you do it for 5 to 10 years that it starts to get big. The audience in Europe, for instance, or in America, it's difficult because, the largest B2B YouTube channel in Belgium is 20K subscribers.
Wow.
So you as an Indian, you will be probably very frustrated in Europe. In Belgium. In France, it's a little bit bigger, but still, we are not talking about the same number of viewers.
How do you look at the future of social media from your global perspective?
For Odoo as a brand, it's great. It's a way to educate people where they are. Some are on Instagram, on YouTube, but it's a way for us to distribute education and explain and teach to our community. So in a way, it's very good. It's good.
What do you think is the future of social media in the world? Have you ever thought of this?
No, I've never thought about this. I think it's bad for kids. So I'm not sure the future is, maybe, I don't know if you are at the top or if it will continue growing in terms of value it provides to humanity. Because obviously there is some drawbacks to it. The IQ, since we measure IQ like 100 something years, has always increased. And there are a lot of people who have an IQ superior to Einstein today. It always increased. Over the past 5 or 10 years, I don't know, it decreased. And social media is one of the two reasons about it. It's because when you always watch TV, spend time on social media or play video games, your brain is not thinking, and you are probably losing your ability to concentrate yourself.
Do you play video games?
No, not so much. I developed video games. I developed a lot, but I didn't play.
Is there anything you do outside of work for fun?
Being with friends, party with friends, I like. But I work a lot. And because for me, work is fun. I prefer work is, for me, is building things, creating things, innovation. This is super fun. It's problem solving. It's creative. It's always different. It's very fun.
I think very few people in the world find the thing that they were born to do. And you're one of those lucky guys.
Yes.
You're born to do exactly this job.
Yeah, and you are probably one too.
Yeah, 100%, man.
Yeah.
Like, I really enjoy my job. Like, it gets a lot quantity wise. You know? Like, there's...
And being happy doesn't mean easy. So you have to work a lot. You sometimes do things you don't like. But all in all, if you like the output of what you do, then you will be happy.
Yeah. I have not asked these kind of questions for a very long time on the show because there was a phase with this podcast where people wanted to know personalities and it was about self-improvement.
Okay.
And I've kind of removed those questions from the show and I've made it more about culture and, the future.
Mm-hmm.
But when I meet people like you, I have to go back to that original set of questions sometimes because you're very rare. You've got material success, but still personality is in the right place. Heart is in the right place, which for me is like the most important. Which is why I'm asking you this. And it's probably the last question of today. Tell me about like the worst moment of your life or the most painful moment or the moment you felt the most shame.
I've had very difficult times, and usually these difficult times were very difficult on the moment. But I noticed a few years after that actually it was a good thing. I can give you a few examples. One of the very hard times is when I had a company, 5 employees at the time, and 3 developers and 1 admin, and me. And the 3 developers, they left at the same time. So from one day to another, I had nobody to deliver the service. I had to do everything myself for 4 people. And they did that, and usually they did that by preparing a product that is a competitor to Odoo. It failed, but they did that. So a few months before, they stopped delivering service to clients. So I also had, at the same time, a lot of clients complaining that I have to satisfy myself. When it happens, I was like done. Very, very, very down. So it's very hard for me. I was like, how can I...
How old were you?
Go back, I don't know, maybe 27 or something. How do I get back to that? And then I walked. I recruited other people. And after that, like once the storm ended up, I noticed to myself, actually, it was a good thing. I needed them to leave and to start with new employees. It was very difficult on the moment, but for in the life of the company, that's been a good thing. But you don't notice that when it happens. You only see it very closely, like, no, I will suffer. I was already working 14 hours a day. Now I have to work even more, and I will have hungry customer and so on. But it turns out to be a very good thing because it allows me to turn down the company, start again with people with a better mindset and do better things.
Any other moment?
No, but it's the key things to get from that is that the most difficult times are usually what makes you better after or makes you learn something.
Okay. Fabian, thank you.
Thank you so much.
That's all I'll say. I asked you my own questions, man. Like, yeah. I think India needed a bit of a global business perspective. Mm-hmm. First time we're doing that on the show. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed every bit of this conversation. Like, okay. There wasn't even one part where I got bored because you gave such different perspectives, man. Mm-hmm. So usually at the end of my podcast, I compliment the guest on something I picked up about the person through the course of this episode. Mm-hmm. But I've already told you all my compliments.
Yeah, you have to stop complimenting me.
Yeah, I've been too nice to you.
It's too much.
Yeah, but I really appreciate your time. Okay. That's the biggest compliment I can give you. I totally know how busy you might be. And all I'll say is this will add value to lives for like 10, 20 years at least. So thank you, Fabian.
Thank you for having me.
And we will see you very soon. Thank you. That was the episode for today. Please go and follow Fabian on all his social media handles. I've linked it down below. I'd love for you guys to tell me what you thought of today's conversation. I absolutely adore doing business conversations. I love learning from people who aren't Indian because sometimes I feel like when you get to hear perspectives that are completely different from the perspectives we hear all around us, it forces you to question the stuff you've heard until that point. Of course, no one's completely right or wrong, but it's very, very important to get these kind of data points. So throughout these 3 hours of speaking with Fabian, I found my preconceived notions being a little bit challenged. The way I looked at business definitely changed after this conversation. The way I look at international expansion of my business has changed very drastically. So personally for me in this podcast, I gained value. I hope that this reaches the right audiences. I hope that every Indian entrepreneur comes across this conversation because I personally felt like there was a lot to learn, as is the case with TRS always. Every conversation is an extraction of knowledge, data, and experiences. Make sure you keep supporting. Make sure you check out our massive library of podcasts as well. TRS will be back soon. Ranveer will be back soon. And we'll bring you another explosive episode of The Ranveer Show.